Hello everybody and welcome to the Summoners War World Arena Championship 2025 here for our Open Qualifier, France. Bringing all of today's action, it's going to be myself, Sam, joined by Mr. Seishizu. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm absolutely doing very well, and this is something special we're having because we have the French Open Qualifiers. 8 players will compete for this one spot to go straight to the World Finals. Who even wants to compete in a European Cup? Let's skip that one. Let's go straight to the World Finals. Also, once again, in Paris.
Exactly what you said there, Say. This tournament is happening purely because of those World Finals for this year, happening in Paris, France on November the 1st. So this is you can just bypass everything else that you want to get straight there. And as you can see in front of us, the full kind of way to be able to get there. Who's going to be there with us? A total of 12 players from all of the different regions. Obviously, we've got our open qualifier from France, but we're still going to be having the Europe Cup and the Europe preliminaries. So obviously, any of those players that would have qualified for Europe still might get a second chance. Now, that's not going to be all of the players that's currently playing today because they maybe didn't get high enough in the leaderboards. Going into it, look at our match process. We're doing single elimination today, only best of 5s with all of the rest of the schedule in front of you. We've got the Europe Cup, the Americas Cup, the Asia Pacific Cup, and those World Finals. Make sure you block out your calendars ready for those different tournaments. And of course, $216,000 is up for grabs between those players that managed to make it all the way through. That's nothing to be shy about. It's going to be epic, and this is the start of our 3 months of SWC action. Pretty much every single weekend there's kind of something to watch, and obviously something to watch, but something to play for all of you as well, Summoners, is our prediction event. Now, obviously, in-game, you can collect the SWC2025 emblems using the predictions along the way. Who do you think is going to qualify for those different tournaments? And use it on some very, very nice in-game rewards. Devilmons, legendary scrolls, all attribute scrolls, everything. And guess what? You get even more, even if you just join us on the stream. There will be coupon codes popping up throughout. We'll make sure to point you out in the right direction there. Make sure you're looking in the chat as well. And what a day it's going to be. Say, how excited are you to finally be back after a whole year?
Yeah, it's definitely been quite a while since Japan of last year, and I'm very excited. Throughout the year, we had a bunch of balance changes. Like, not every balance change was that impactful, but in the end, over a whole progression of a year, a lot of things did actually change to a fair extent. And we also have 8 players standing over here. A few familiar names, but also a few names we haven't heard of that much just yet.
Exactly. Always good to see some new and some old players amongst all of these brackets. Some standout names there if you're from the French region. GUTSTHEBERSERK, MALIGNANT, even SLAIX from our European League earlier this year as well. But partnering it up with a few newbies, let's see what they've got like hidden in terms of their tricks, right? We've seen it before. Even those in the European League might have been G2, but still did very well in that competition.
Absolutely, and also if we take back to the open qualifiers from previous region, last year, Japan, the year before that, Thailand. In Japan, Kami-chan actually qualified and was not the favorite at that moment. The year before that, Zera was qualified in Thailand, was also not the favorite in that moment. If we're looking at the statistics right now, Malignant is definitely the clear favorite by the in-game prediction event. But might someone else actually take that victory? Because this is one of those moments where the meta isn't really set in stone yet, and someone might actually surprise you.
Exactly. You've already said it. You've put it on the walls, I say. Is this going to be an underdog story for one of our players in this open qualifier for France? I mean, it's all to see, right? I mean, let's find out. The guys are live in Paris as well, actually playing against each other. And you can see our first 2 competitors alongside our lovely French casters as well, Shazu and Video Kill. But this is going to be our first match of the quarterfinals. FULLNATTY and GUTSTHEBERSERK. FULLNATTY we know a little bit less about, say.
Yeah, definitely another player I'm familiar with. Like, sometimes you also know players throughout either the Siege or just the Guild environment that way. To be honest, I'm not even sure if he's playing on the Europe server or on the global server, because that is definitely an option as well. Some of the players that we have seen in the Europe Cup before are maybe playing on global server, so that makes them a little bit less known. But definitely a player that played very high in the RTA leaderboards, otherwise he wouldn't be here. And let's see what he can showcase against our, well, I would say, veteran GUTSTHEBERSERK.
Definitely a veteran, been around the scene for a long time, even been at Europe Cups before. I remember seeing him in Berlin before. Wow, what a guy. And for these two players as well, actually, over the past 2 seasons, they've played each other 8 times, say, with FULLNATTY winning 5 out of those 8.
That is very interesting statistics, but it might also be a little bit of clouded statistics, as I would like to say, because GUTSTHEBERSERK is one of those players. He likes to play all of his LDs just for fun. In the end, we do know him as a streamer, as a content creator as well, and most of the times content creators do tend to just try out things to see if they work, but also have fun with it. Let's see what he will actually play. We do see the most picked units, and we see a Praha in there, but I can already tell you, he also picked up a Gianna throughout the end of the last season. So let's see if that Gianna actually gets into play for him and does very well, or is it simply something that's going to be pre-banned all the time?
Exactly, and who of these players was even watching the earlier competition today over in the APAC region? Because sometimes there's a little bit of stealing the different metas that other kind of regions are playing, and it's going to be interesting to see if they've got their own worked out strategy going into this one, or if they're going to take a little bit of inspiration from somebody like a ELDEAU or a Poo. But if he is a FULLNATTY, then I'm sure his guts are not going berserk through this match, as we have GUTSTHEBERSERK against FULLNATTY in our quarterfinals, match 1, set 1 of the Open Qualifier France. That is such a mouthful, say. Tell me those pre-bans.
Those free events are Gianna, very understandable. On the other side, the Zibala. And that is kind of the question, if Zibala actually goes into play into this, because that was a meta that was working, I would say 2 seasons ago, very well. But in current season, we don't see it probably as much. We have Oliver on the left side on Netty, and Guts is answering with, right away, a pretty early payday. It's more of a counter pack that you see in like a 3, 4, or 5 position, but that's very early. Let's see what he is cooking up with that one.
Exactly, taking another 33 speed lead as well. I think FULLNATTY, we know, can be very fast. And again, looking in there an Okeanos with an Irene.
Okeanos and Irene is definitely what we like to see for the current meta, and so is the Chiho. I think the core units, we have talked about it before, like a Chandra, Valajul, Cigar. Those were the Holy Trinity. I think the Holy Trinity might be shifted a little bit towards Oliver, Okeanos, and Chiho for the normal elemental units. So I do expect to see a lot of those in these matches. But what's also very good against it is that Misty. It's a 4-star unit, but it denies all of the stuns and therefore is very strong into an Okeanos.
Definitely. I mean, GUTSTHEBERSERK famous for trying out different tech as well, but maybe something inspired from that special league using that Misty. Josephine looking to counter any of those stuns coming from a Shihu maybe, but a Yonhong as well.
Yonhong, definitely very interesting units right now. The play that Guts could make is go for Juno in the 5th, ban out that Yonhong and play against the 0 sustain comp, or any kind of unit that you would like to pick into a 0 sustain comp. Could even be a Braconi or a Meo Wang, but if you're taking out the Yonhong, you're playing against 0 sustain, and it might give you a little bit of an upper hand. But the big question is, can you take enough turns? Because there's still a lot of turn denial on the side of FULLNATTY.
Definitely is a lot of turn denial, and that's going to be interesting now to see who they're going to be looking to ban out right now. Are they getting rid of that sustain? We're getting rid of the Misty, maybe a respect ban there, and the 33% speed lead going out from the Oliver. It's going to be a resistance huge lead against a speed lead in our SWC 2025 Open Qualifier, match 1, set 1, FULLNATTY versus GUTSTHEBERSERK.
Ooh, 48 resistance is a lot. Shio most of the time is not looking at that much of accuracy. Actually take out half the HP bar, was activating 3 times, but did actually manage to land 1 while 2 were resisted. But in the end, we only care about 1 connect. Can we connect this? We actually do not connect, and therefore we can go for a immunity rotation over there.
Exactly, not landing that provoke is huge, as Josephine's not going to be able to do too much yet. You've got that speed up right now. Do you even want to put it on the monkey though?
I think if you put it on the monkey, it would move in front of the Vanessa, and you kind of want to be moving after the Vanessa. Yeah, that's exactly what we see in the face of Guts on the screen over there as well. He was hoping for the Vanessa to move first, armor break, and therefore actually do a lot of damage. But that shield is insane. I think we're looking at a slot 4 Josephine that's just pure on the HP, rather than a crit damage on that slot 4.
Yeah, now we've got Irene with all skills. Is it going to go inside the bag? It is. That monkey is away, and Okeanos has a whole field to have a little look at what he's going to do. Gets it.
Gets it, but in the end does not really matter that much because the cooldowns were pretty much already there for that unit. But it definitely helps out a bit to just reset it a bit more. Big question is, can at some point he get online with the Yonhong skill 3 for that healing?
Yeah, look at that. The provoke coming in through. We're going to get that counter from the Josephine stuns. But right now you just need to start dealing a bit more damage.
Yeah, more damage. Rain of Stones coming in. The Rain of Stones will not connect on the monkey because he was still in the back, but it's also opening up with 0 attack bar at the moment. Can we get, once again, another stun? He has to go for another stun on this. Can he connect? It does actually connect the stun. Therefore, the Josephine cannot get off the 3rd skill.
Exactly. Is he looking to target FULLNATTY to kill that monkey twice on GUTSTHEBERSERK side?
I think he has to be aiming to do so because the Monkey is just denying a lot of turns, actually not connecting this in this case. Also, it's interesting to see where the units are landing a lot of things on a 48 resistance. 48 resistance once again is connected. The 48 resistance is not working right now. Goes for the Wild Ball, does have a cleansing, does actually manage to do enough damage. We have the Draconi coming in with a boost. Who are you going to boost up to actually make this kill, or are we just simply going to boost more? We're going to boost more.
Great turn cycling there, getting the party, getting up that immunity. Are you going to get a rebound? No, deciding not against that Yonhong.
Yeah, I think he was trying to get like some cooldown increases. It's very low rate from the Valkyries to do that, but if you do connect it, it's very beneficial. Once again, trying to get more stuns, and thus far, a lot of these stuns have been activating, but about half of them have been resisted, but still, that's a good amount of odds against a 48 resistance lead.
It is, but right now, FULLNATTY realistically has to go through 5 different monsters on the side of GUTSTHEBERSERK with that revive, say. It's very much an uphill battle.
Absolutely, and also the Chihao is seemingly very tanky, but due to the additional damage artifacts, I would like to once again point it out, farm your artifacts. They are so strong on some of these units, 2.9k per hit, while still being very tanky on the Chihao.
Taking it out 4-2. I mean, it's 2 water units coming through. Oh, GUTSTHEBERSERK's looking over.
What is he looking out for? Is he actually going to... He's smiling at something, but I'm not entirely sure what he's smiling for. It does actually connect. I'm guessing that there is some accuracy on that Monkey of the GUTSTHEBERSERK because he's been landing a lot. And against 48 resistance, definitely if you have just like a 15 accuracy or something along those lines, you're going to be seeing a lot of resistance. But Guts is definitely getting a lot of activations right there, and also simply a lot of damage.
Yeah, Shihu. I mean, it's a different form of monkey business than what we're used to actually say.
Yeah, it's definitely a very different monkey business. I think the fire monkey, that's what we actually used to call the real monkey business back in the days, still potential for this meta, but Xiao actually was one of those units that sat on the bench for so many seasons, got so many balance patches where his name was written on the balance patch, and every time it was not really there until that final balance patch about 3-4 months ago, where he suddenly became super meta and super strong.
Yeah, and this Josephine, I mean, there's revenges coming in, but there, FULLNATTY does concede GUTSTHEBERSERK with that first set win against FULLNATTY. I think it's just to say how good that monkey was for him, and he could just get the turns revolving around.
Yeah, absolutely. And we actually did see it in the APAC region earlier this morning. Xiao was first picked, whereas I would say in maybe 80 to 90% of the matches, you do see that first pick going towards any kind of speed lead, and then you have follow-up by the speedy unit. But in that case, it's like, okay, I don't care about the speed lead anymore. I just want to have that Xiao locked in. So let's see if that is something that we're going to see today as well, because I think we might, because it's just such a strong unit.
Ooh, pre-bans coming in though. Respect on the LDs. We've got the Parter and the Yonhong taking out. GUTSTHEBERSERK still has that first pick there, say. Shihu?
Xiao could be an option. I think a lot of players will also opt to go for Oliver. It's currently the most picked unit in the G3 range. And yep, there we have that Oliver.
Yep, he's been taken as that 33 lead. Coming out though with, wow, okay, Wind, 2 fire units.
Well, that's an opener for Xiao if I've ever seen one. Josephine, also a good option right there. I think he could definitely pair the two with them over here. But he's taking a little bit more of his time to see if he actually wants to go for that. Because something along the line of maybe a Heigang would also be potentially strong. But then you're definitely fighting against a Xiao on the other side.
Yeah, let's see if he is going to lock it in. Josephine didn't do that much for FULLNATTY, but if you're getting those stuns coming out from an Okeanos, and Mei Hu Wang's going to eat up some of them.
Yeah, definitely an interesting one right there to see that early. We see a Tianlang coming in right away, and we do see that Xiao on the other side. I would say nothing can really deal that well with the Mei Wang at the moment. Sure, a Xiao on an armor break from Tianlang could go very far, but you have to get a right rotation in where that does actually work. Whereas you actually see GUTSTHEBERSERK going around it and actually going for a Mayor Bruiser setup with that Angela in there. Is he going to go for double of those? No, actually doesn't go for double of those, but it goes double denial against stunts, and there's actually 4 stunts on the enemy side.
Definitely isn't. A little bit of sustain coming in from that Angela. FULLNATTY's got none of that sustain. Is he just going to power and pile drive his way through?
Well, that's kind of the question right now. You could lock in a Sonya. Exactly, we do see it in the field, but I do expect that Sonya to be banned off. I don't really expect that one to be in the field. Sonya is slightly nerfed. There could be an issue which also makes it more difficult if one has speed lead, the other one doesn't have speed lead, which makes the Sonya stronger or a lot weaker depending on where the speed lead is. But in the end, I think the Sonya is not going to make it to the field.
Sonya is out and the Angela, so we're going to have both speed leads, 28 and 33, between FULLNATTY and GUTSTHEBERSERK. It's set number 2. GUTSTHEBERSERK 1-0 up. Can FULLNATTY look to respond here?
Let's see, where do we connect? We right away go for the Monkey. Interesting take, because the Monkey in most cases is very tanky, plus has that self-heal on that skill too, plus has a good setup for an armor break right away. Into the Misty, that does a good amount of damage, and we are almost saying goodbye to your own unit already.
We are right now, but there is a defense break still on that Meihuang as well. If he can look to use it.
Ooh, Okeanos connecting all of the stuns he can connect, also connecting a lot of damage, and actually taking out that Monkey a lot faster than expected.
Ooh. Oh, I mean, it is going to be followed up right now just to confirm it with that skill too, but Misty's still on the field.
Misty's still on the field, and Misty can do a lot of work, but I would say that the Meihuang still does it slightly bit better because of that armor break setup just more often and more turn cycling. But let's see if he actually can go through it, because Misty is mostly paired on a Vampire set. So with that Vampire set, you're healing in every turn, whereas a Monk is only healing every other turn.
He is piling in some defense breaks, getting it on that Misty. But this damage coming through is big.
That's definitely big, but he was hoping for an armor break coming in earlier, which did actually not connect. But we have the armor break shaken off right now. And I think that Guts might still be in a good position, even though his units look very low HP.
He is learning from the special league here. Say, Misty, that's going to help along the way.
Absolutely, because therefore the Misty is not being hit at the moment. And yeah, the Misty is just simply doing so much damage. The TLang is definitely trying his best to also deal a lot of damage, but Misty is just doing it so much better. There's max stacks on that unit right now, and this skill 1 will take it out for 8k per crit.
Wow. Guts the Berserk. There was a moment there where it looked like it could have shifted in favor of FULLNATTY, but I think Guts the Berserk just showing real experience, depth in those runes to be able to come back with the Misty, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Now the big question is, do we go back to similar pre-bans as we've seen in round 1? Because in the end, the units that were pre-banned in round 1, which was the Gianna and the the Gianna and the Sibala, neither of them were actually played in match 2. So do they also adapt to the draft, where they would say it's like, hey, these units are normally good for you on ladder, but you're not actually using them right now, so let's actually ignore them and let's start pre-banning something else.
Exactly. I think it's important to mention actually as well, say, FULLNATTY, I don't know how much experiences he has had in pre-bans, and especially not within a competitive setting like the SWC. Guts the Berserk does, and we see the bans coming out, Zabala and that Haegang.
Interesting one on the Haegang, because Haegang is mostly pre-banned by the Gianna owner. I'm not 100% sure if FULLNATTY also does own a Gianna, but Guts definitely does own a Gianna. So that is also one of those, like, sure, if you would like to go Gianna at any given point, Pader is already solving that issue.
Feels like FULLNATTY's selections there with the Tianlang and the Okeanos are maybe just kind of like pocket picks, favored, trying to kind of stick to what he knows a little bit more.
Yeah, absolutely. Those could be options. Well, also, what we saw in the player profile of FULLNATTY, he likes to go for a very different playstyle than he's showing right here at the moment, which is way more on the AoE CC control with AoE strip kind of meta style. But currently, it's not as strong, mainly due to the Figer Megami. So we see a bunch of a switch up over here. Once again, Guts goes back to that Misty that has done a lot of work in the last match. Also back to the Yan Hong on the side of FULLNATTY.
I love it. Actually, if I'm just watching that, Guts the Berserk's facials on some of these monster picks is quite hilarious to watch if you're not watching that, viewers. A Jogun coming out. He actually did a lot for the teams over in APAC.
Absolutely. It's a very strong unit. Can lock out something to put it in the scroll. If there's a big speed gap, that is something that can work out very well. And I do actually think that it might be respected for the ban right here. But then again, Oliver is still one of those speed leads, actually taking out the Okeanos.
Okeanos and the Shihu. We've got 33 speed leads coming in for both FULLNATTY and Guts the Berserk. It is the SWC 2025 set 3. Is Guts the Berserk going through here?
Let's see what we have. We do also see the Jogun being a little bit on the slower side. So could that be a Despair Jogun? That has some potential right there. Definitely can take something out in the scroll trap right now. Does take out the Finesse. So anything you kill right now will be out of the field unless... Oh, actually not connecting neither of the two strips.
Oh, double resistance going in there. You don't like to see it if you're FULLNATTY right now. Trying to plow in that damage, but Misty still alive.
Misty's still alive. We also have the third skill from this Assure. I definitely expect a lot of damage. Actually, the armor break connected very late, therefore a little bit less damage coming in. But the armor break was enough for the setup for the Pader to take out a unit.
Exactly. Just looking to confirm kills. We always say it in SWC, confirm those kills straight away. Pata did have that third skill option as well to get some immunity and resisted.
Yeah, also interesting to see that the Oliver actually used the skill 1 when he had the skill 2 available. Maybe it was too fast of tapping on your screen. Maybe a little bit of the stress coming in from the SWC itself. But that is definitely one of those things. If he took that additional turn and he had an S2 into S3 rotation, he might have been in a little bit of a better match right now. But the big issue that I see on the time or on the team of FULLNATTY, he doesn't really have that much damage. Sure, the Joe gun is nice for the attack buff, but attack buff for whom? There's no one actually to improve that much damage on that attack buff.
Exactly, and he can look to plow in damage now. GUTSTHEBERSERK right now, getting that skill too, getting the extra turn as well. Maybe a stun. Wow.
Yeah, once again, the Spader's connecting a lot of those stuns. Probably some good accuracy in there. Also, FULLNATTY is not getting the units. And yeah, simply sometimes it does not work out. But also, I would say, in general sense, Guts had a very strong draft, which was definitely an uphill battle, regardless of missing a bunch of the skills.
Definitely. I mean, it's GUTSTHEBERSERK. He's been here before. He's done this type of thing. And it's confirmation 3-0 for GUTSTHEBERSERK against FULLNATTY. That's kicked things off over in Europe for us. GUTSTHEBERSERK is on the train all the way to the World Finals.
Absolutely, and also the way he played, he didn't lose that many units. Like, sure, at some point he had the one moment with the Okeanos taking the double turn, nearly taking out the Monkey. But besides that, all of his matches looked like super clean and super well drafted. And also, I think a little bit of a rune gap between the two players. And that's definitely what you can see in, like, let's say top 10, top 20 RTA compared to just Edge of G3. That's where you just simply see so much more damage, so much more survivability on all of these units. And also, once again, these artifacts that Shiho did an insane amount of damage.
Exactly, all of those parts. And then if you include as well experience on the top, is used to being in that setting, kind of with the bright lights, the big screens, everything around you, playing on a device which you're maybe not always playing on. It's interesting to see how you can deal with those different situations. Some of these highlights right now, like you said, I think a very confident, comfortable showing from GUTSTHEBERSERK there, say.
Yeah, absolutely. He had that one moment, which is also, I love to have those face cams in there. When he was expecting to have that Vanessa move in front of the Pader after the boost from that Draconian, he was like, ooh, that was not what I expected. Always love to see those kind of face cams. But that's also one of those units. The Misty is just doing so well for Guts. And actually, I think Guts is one of the very first players that actually made it more popular to be played by other players, even outside of the Special League. It was even before the Special League that Misty was already picked up, because you have that many stuns in the meta. And if you have that many stuns in the meta, you're looking for units that simply deny all of those stuns. Misty is one of those, Meo Wang of one of those, and we actually have Lucia as well, but that doesn't do as much damage.
No, you can see in front of us the bracket right now for the Open Qualifier France. GUTSTHEBERSERK 3-0 against FULLNATTY, and he will be going into those semi-finals. I mean, if you had a quick look there at that bracket, it's actually pretty stacked on that top side of the bracket as well, there, say. We have got ELDEAU and Malignant coming up in the next match. Again, two players that we know a lot about, and I'm pretty sure going up against Guts in that next round, you've just got to focus on the next match, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for Guts, he's in a comfortable position right now where he can take a bit of a breather. He can watch his next match and also has 2 more matches to analyze the drafts later, or maybe to discuss with someone behind the scenes of like, okay, what should I be doing at that moment to play against one of the 2 players? And I think going first is always like an upper hand, because you can simply sit down, watch your own match. Whereas the players of ELDEAU and Malignant, sure, they were probably kind of watching what Guts was doing, but they were still focused on their own match. So let's focus on this match right here. ELDEAU, we have a Gianna and a Ragdoll, and we have a Light Twin Angels. On the side of Malignant, we have a few more than just those 3 LDs, because Malignant actually has been showing a lot of LDs during the Summoners War European League. Also, we have a very strong career of making it as a preliminaries contender every time, but not actually making it to the cup. So let's see if that's maybe the nerves, or what would that be for this time around.
Exactly. I mean, this time you don't have to go through the Europe Cup. This time he can go just through the Open Qualifier for France, skip all of that extra necessities that you need to do for the Europe Cup, and find himself with potentially a world final ticket. Maybe to mention, say, over the past 2 seasons, these guys have played each other 0 times. No stats to base anything on right now. We're going in a little bit blind.
Interesting. I think it will definitely be the play of the Oliver plus the Yeon Hong, or Oliver plus Shiho. I think that's definitely the core that we're going to see. Or actually, are we going to go back towards like 2022, where all of the European players were simply pre-banning Oliver all the time?
Let's find out. Good job that we don't have a keyboard on that stage, though. We don't want any smashing here, please and thank you. Let's get into it. Malignant versus ELDEAU. Pre-bans coming out. 2 wind speed leads.
Yep, that is definitely going back to that 2022 SWC where pretty much it was said, if I don't have first pick, Oliver is removed from my side, so you cannot pick that either. Wind Twin or the Water Twin Angels definitely nerfed a bit, but still strong units on the field. Also, very fast lock-in from ELDEAU on that Gianna. You have to keep in mind, Malignant does have a Zinezek, and Zinezek is arguably the strongest counter on the Gianna on the field. So that is probably something that comes in the slot 4, slot 5. ELDEAU has to keep that in mind.
Yeah, you can see how quickly they're actually choosing those units. Very confident players, very good ratings from the leaderboard in terms of the top. But interestingly enough, say, both G2 last season.
Yeah, last season was definitely a little bit of an off season for both of them. Maybe not played enough, maybe not try-harded enough. Let's see. We also have a Dark Monkey being picked up by ELDEAU, which is also a recently buffed unit. Very strong, good for the stunts, but then we have exactly that Zinezek. But is he going to be fighting a second unit that does something similar? Maybe a Josephine, maybe a Juno?
Yeah, going for that Josephine right there. We saw how much the Sunsan Lao actually did in that APAC region as well. Anti-cleanse, huge during this match.
Absolutely. So the ban from the ELDEAU side towards Malignant should be probably on that Zinezek. Keeping that in mind, what is a good fifth that you could make that makes the draft for Malignant also hard enough where it's not just the insta ban as well? So let's see what he goes for. Goes for a Shizuka, a unit we haven't seen all too much, but still can be very strong.
Yeah, we haven't seen her for a couple of SWCs realistically going into this right now. Do you have to respect one of these monkey business?
I would say that you could even go for the Vanessa ban, and then you are guaranteed to take that first turn no matter what. But is that going to be the right play? I'm not sure.
Oh, respecting there on that Shizuka. Zinezek also going out, so we're getting both of them with the speed leads. This is our SWC 2025 Open Qualifier France. Match 2, set 1 between ELDEAU and Malignant. Who's going to take that first point?
We actually have a Yeon Hong on a 24 lead, being faster than a Shiho on a 33 lead. That is definitely some rune quality right there. Going in with the charge vitality, we can be looking at resets, but where do we want to place him?
Gets it on that Shihu right now. Can follow up with a little bit of damage. Remember, the revive is still there from a Vanessa, though.
Absolutely, revive is there. Are we going to try to get stunts in those two units? That's definitely an option right there. Actually does not connect any of the two stunts. Low activation rate with 60%, not connecting on either of them.
Skill 1 coming in, not getting a stun either. You're going to get that provoke. Huge right there.
Does to get a provoke, does get the additional turn, but that's an additional turn that you did not need as much because the passive has not been activated just yet. Monkey going in with that skill 3. Let's look at this interaction right now with the anti-cleanse.
Oh, defense breaks coming out across the board as well right there.
Yep, so much damage coming in, and the Monkey's doing a lot of work, also giving the chance for Gianna to get her bomb off right now. Bomb is connecting on that Okeanos. If you use the skill 3 right now, are we looking at stuns? We're looking at full range of stuns, and where Malignant was probably the favorite to go into this whole tournament, he's definitely sitting on the back foot right now.
Definitely is, with the skill 2 coming in. Going to do some damage into that Okeanos. The additional turn feels a bit too late.
Yeah, it feels a little bit late. We still have 2 turn on the cooldowns on that passive, but still, if you can get some stuns off, it will help a tremendous amount. Also, with the next rotation, Okeanos' bomb will actually trigger the Josephine if it's still alive. We're trying to do some damage. It's not enough. Are we trying to just wrong element, armor break right now and take it out with the Monkey? We're trying to do that. Takes the additional turn as well. Is this going to be enough for a Monkey to take it out? Skill 1 is not enough damage. It is an HP type unit scaling off a skill 1 attack, which is not enough damage in this case.
Exactly. 2 units taken out in quick succession from the bomb and that Monkey right there. I mean, Yeonhong and those Twin Angels with the recent nerfs going to be tough.
Yeah, definitely going to be tough, especially if you're sitting on the Gianna bomb right now. Not even just for the damage, it's denying the turns. Also, good additional damage artifacts once again. 2.2Ks on the Gianna is really nice damage.
Yeah, you love your skill 1 damage coming out from the Oracles. But I think it's going to be all she wrote. Shihu on a defense break. Maybe going to be able to take out...
Ooh, that's so much damage coming in there. Once again, one more bomb, and it's just looking very nice for ELDEAU right now. Where I think if we're looking at the statistics, how many people voted on Malignant, and how good of a draft ELDEAU actually provided with the Gianna, but also with the Dark Monkey. I'm really liking his style right here.
Yeah, he looks composed as well. He's figured out what he wants to do, but realistically now, in this situation, with obviously those pre-bans, you're probably not going to be able to have it next unless actually Malignant has one, no?
I think that I'm not sure if he has a Dark Monkey. He definitely does have Gianna. So the thing that I'm mostly curious about for the next draft is if we're going to be targeting the Oliver once again. So Malignant has the second pick right now. ELDEAU has the first pick. is Malignant going to be pre-banning that Oliver, and is this going to be the game of like neither of us are going to play Oliver? No, actually he gives the ELDEAU, he gives the potential for having that Oliver, and we're actually taking out the Shiho that did so much work.
Yep, it did a lot of work in that last one. ELDEAU with that first pick. Is he going to look in to steal that Oliver, or is he going to go back to the Vanessa?
We're going for that Oliver. That does also enable the Sierra and the Gianna on the side of Malignant, so he definitely has to be playing against those two right now. He cannot be playing with the Shiho at this moment. Okeanos is available, but what kind of style do you like to add up with that? We're actually going for different Twin Angels as in the form of the Light Twin Angels.
Light Twin Angels coming out right now. Malignant's draft looking like a draft from old time of you, say, right now. Maybe not now, though.
Yeah, I don't have those units in the 3 and 4. I would absolutely love those, but that is also pretty much the Malignant special kind of style that he likes to go for. Super fast Yeon Hong. We've seen that before. It is not on will. That's something you can keep in mind if you want to go for a Leo kind of style, but then Leo has to be countering 2 or 3 more units to actually be picked up right here. So I don't really think ELDEAU would go for that. But the big question is, what are we going to go for? We're going to go for a Heigang plus, once again, that Zhongsheng Lao, the Dark Monkey.
Yeah, coming in hot with those picks right now. Obviously, a counter going into the Gianna. There's a 5th pick still on the table right now for Malignant. What are you thinking?
Well, you could go something along the lines of going against stunts. Fire Monkey would be an option. Actually going for another speedy unit, I'm not sure if that's really the right play, because in the end, what happens if you ban out the speed lead, but the enemy doesn't ban out the speed lead? So therefore, taking a speed lead, more comfortable. Also, that gives you more of an option to simply ban out that Heigang.
Yeah, need to get rid of it. Otherwise, it's obviously going to be cutting in and taking some turns through there right now. ELDEAU and Malignant. ELDEAU 1 up at the moment, in a good position, taking his time on those bans.
Yeah, I would definitely say like Heigang and Yeon Hong look to me for the most dominant bans that if they are both out of the field, you don't give your enemy a straight up upper hand. But let's see if that actually does happen. We actually go for the Gianna and the Heigang.
There we go then, speed leads for both ELDEAU and Malignant as we're going into our SWC 2025 match 2, set 2 between ELDEAU and Malignant. Can he reclaim a point, Malignant, here?
Big question is, does he go right away for the S2 and does he actually connect? The S2 activation rate on the Yeon Hong is not the strongest out there. Blade Fang, how much do we? We do actually connect, and therefore we do get the strip in.
We do. Can he look to land the bomb? Resisted huge.
That is a double resist. Definitely something you do not like to see, but you still have a follow-up from a Sierra. You can land your stun somewhere else. Does go for the Oliver, does connect the stun. Do you also connect the bomb right now? You do connect the bomb right now, and that will probably take out this monkey.
Not quite.
That is so little HP, it's not even visible of how small that bar is. I think he's literally on 1% HP. But then we have some damage coming in from the units on the side of ELDEAU. But the big issue right now is the Zinasek will actually take those off.
Oh, but now Oliver can get online and start to do some controlling right now. Can Fire Megumi get cutting in time?
Ooh, we're all eyes on that Fire Megumi, but also the Sierra, if there's some additional turns over there. Ooh, we actually have more additional turns on the side of ELDEAU, and he's actually looking in the driver's seat once again.
Definitely is, but we've seen things from that Zenisek before, healing on that skill 1, and if you can land some more bombs.
The bomb coming in over there. It's also not too much additional damage artifacts on that Sierra, so definitely high on the bomb damage that Oliver will be saying goodbye in 2 turns. So all questions are, can we actually do enough damage with the Twin Angels and the Okeanos?
Yeah, Okeanos, and even right now with that bomb, Oliver probably going to die very soon.
We're
very soon.
We're 1 turn away and did not get that extra turn over there. If he had the extra turn over there, it might have been game. But this is also something that we see the extra turn on the side of the Sierra, and that will be game for her instead.
Definitely will. You can look to land another bomb right now. Does get it as well. Sierra's coming soon.
Yep, Sierra's coming soon, and we have the skill 3 coming in. Promise time, taking out a 24.5k bomb on that Okeanos, and that is all she wrote for this match. Victory to Malignant.
Yeah, it looks like it might be the match of Gianna right now, say. That each contestant, when they've had Gianna in their draft, has been able to put a win through onto the other side. But I think it was just from the partnerships of the Sierra.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, in this case, also the Yeon Hong connecting that first skill. Then we had the Zinasek actually not connecting any of the 2 skills, which is interesting to see. But yeah, definitely one of those units that is very high contested between these 2 players is the Gianna. But it's something that you're mostly not first picking, so therefore we probably also won't see it in the pre-ban.
No, we've got a respect coming out from that Sonzan Lao and the Oliver. So if he can't have it first pick, ELDEAU is not going to allow Malignant right now. Is he going to look to take a speed lead of his own, that Sierra?
He could go for Ciara this time around. Last time around, ELDEAU did respond with a Vanessa plus a Gianna. And Malignant does have that in mind. Actually, therefore, does steal the Gianna right away.
Yeah, taking it out of the hands of ELDEAU right now. Still would have an option of that Vanessa. Maybe even the Ciara so that he can't partner it up on Malignant side and he steals it.
Yeah, definitely a good steal because ELDEAU is a player of Ciara as well. If you're playing the light Twin Angels, definitely Ciara is one of those units you will have good ruined in your box because it's just simply so strong. Big question right now is for Malignant. What kind of speed lead are you aiming to go for? You could once again go for the Twin Angels, but they did not show that much dominance in the previous match.
Definitely didn't, but that Yeonhong did. She did her job in that last set right now. ELDEAU, are we going to be seeing any other monkey business? A Shihu maybe?
Xiao is available, so I could definitely be seeing something along the lines of Xiao. But you also still have to keep in mind, Gianna is something that you might want to post-ban, but you're not 100% sure yet on the slot 4 and the slot 5 of Malignant. So a Heigang might still be good.
We're going into it then with those like Twin Angels and the Shiho right there. Malignant, how are you going to be looking to follow up right now? Maybe you need another speed lead in case?
Yeah, I think he has to be looking at another speed lead and maybe another speed awakening unit. He was showcasing the segment for second in the draft earlier. Now we're actually going to go back to that Zinasek, but we do have that second speed lead with that Fire Megumi.
Megumi coming out right there, looking to interrupt ELDEAU with any of his kind of turn movements between the different units right now. Last pick.
Last pick, let's see what we have. Do we go for another speed lead to match out the speed leads? But in the end, we do know that Yeonhong is faster even on a 24 versus a 33 lead. So Yeonhong is going to take first turn regardless of what happens if you leave that on the field.
Exactly, and are you going to risk it? ELDEAU, wow, your favorite unit is on the field, sir.
I'm not too sure. I'm going to be on the fence on this one once again. I am not too sure about this Chao. Sure, it might have some potential to perform somewhat of a solo, but I don't really see it because there's just simply too many turns on the other side, but it's actually respected, which I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
Speed leads coming in then for both of them. It is going to be our set number 3. One apiece for ELDEAU and Malignant. Yeonhong, can you look to strip again?
Yeonhong definitely has to be looking at this strip on that blade. Fang's second skill. Do we connect it? We do actually connect it. And we do have the turns moving on the side of Malignant.
Yeah, he is going to be able to push up attack bar maybe to get a turn going off.
Let's see what we have. Do connect on the monkey as well. So we can actually go for somewhat of a full control whether we place the stunts. We do get the stunts. We do get the additional turn. So therefore you could actually... Ooh, we're getting a armor break. We're getting the stunts. We're getting a lot of things right now. Would you go for an instant skill 2 right now? Because with the turn order, how it's looking at the moment, skill 2 is actually very interesting. Mainly for the fact where the Zinasek has to be moving before the other units. And in this case, with the skill 2 rotation, none of these units would have actually moved in front.
No, you've got that skill 3 from Yeonhong. You can look to get a little bit more through their 23k heals into that Megumi. Okay, you're going to get stun.
Once again does connect that stun, but something that also still has stuns is this Twin Age. Do we connect it on the Okeanos? Actually not connecting any stuns once again.
Yeah, but it's not looking good though for ELDEAU right now. That Ciara has the bomb on top of her, likely to take her out. And I think Zenisek's coming back online.
Yep, Zenisek is definitely coming back online. And also on this side, we do have some damage in the form of additional damage artifacts on the side of ELDEAU, but it's simply not enough against that shield at the moment to actually take anything else. Also, additional turn, getting closer to the bomb rotation for that Zenisek.
Yeah, can you even get defense break? You do on those Twin Angels. Set up for that skill 2.
11k per hit. We're looking at a 44k damage from a Yeonhong skill 2 on the armor break. That is so much rune quality for being that fast and still locking in that much damage.
Look at that, the cool time just coming in. Resisted on the stun. That Megumi is just going to keep taking turns.
And something that's taking also a lot of turns is that Zinasek right there getting once again the bomb not being landed, but still denying the turns with that stun and just simply doing so much work, but also denying the stuns on your own side.
Exactly. It looks so much attack bar manipulation coming out from the side of Malignant, even when he's not even taking turns.
Yeah, once again, we do actually see it. Whoever has Gianna on the field does seem to be in the winning position. Gianna doesn't actually make it into the field in the last 2, but still having that unit as a must-ban is a lot of favorable for both of those players right now.
Definitely is. Another skill 2 coming in right now. Even 6k hits as Malignant takes that third set 2-1 against ELDEAU right there. We said it a little bit earlier there, say. Is it just the battle of Gianna?
Yeah, it definitely does look the Battle of Gianna, and the fun fact is, whoever wins in this position goes against Guts, which also has a Gianna. So the whole topside bracket is just very Gianna stacked at the moment. So let's see what we have with Gianna on this side. First pick once again goes back to ELDEAU. Does he actually go for a Gianna first pick himself right now, or does he not feel that comfortable with it?
Exactly. It's all the mind games right now. ELDEAU needs to win the next 2 sets to go through into that next round against GUTSTHEBERSERK. Only one more victory stands between Malignant and GUTSTHEBERSERK in the next competition. We've got the Zenisek being pre-banned as well as those like Twin Angels.
I definitely do respect that Zenisek pre-ban, because a lot of the units ELDEAU has been using either have pushbacks or have stuns, and we do actually see that Gianna steal. So let's see if we can get a victory on the side of ELDEAU, and we're going to go all the way best of 5, or can Malignant take out this match right now, because he still has that Yeonhong coming in later.
He does. He's allowed ELDEAU to partner up that Gianna with the Ciara though, and the Shihu coming in. I think we're seeing a current SWC meta kind of taking place here.
Absolutely. Well, definitely a meta where we do see at least the Oliver, Okeanos, and the Shio that I mentioned earlier. But on the other side, we see a lot of Ciaras and Giannas for the Gianna plays. But what if a player doesn't have Gianna? We'll definitely have to find out what the draft would be on that side then. But first, we have Malignant once again going for the Yeonhong. Do we go back for another speed lead, or do we lock something in like a Laura?
Laura coming in super high base speed right there is going to be contesting. Does ELDEAU continue the fight in the speed, or is it not even worth it now?
It's definitely a difficult one at this moment. You could definitely do something that Guts likes to play, going for a Fire Monkey and a Misty, but I think you're just simply looking at too much damage on the side of Malignant to actually survive against those. So I'm not too sure if he can actually speed contest it, but I'm also not too sure what is the best contest for a turn 2 scenario.
Exactly. How are you going to be able to interrupt? I mean, it seems like he's gone for speed.
Definitely looks like the side of speed, but on the other side is a 33 lead. On the other side is a Yeonhong. On the other side is a Laura with a 120 base speed. Even if it is on Violent, there are a few units that it could potentially outspeed. Plus, you have to deal with that Hey Gang as well.
Hey Gang on the field. Are you going to just try and get out that speed lead and hope for the best?
Well, it's going to be a very difficult one with the Hey Gang on the field, especially if there's a Laura next to it, because Hey Gang is only strong in the first turn if you don't have any buffs after your first turn. But Laura provides more of those buffs later on, so very curious to see how this match will look.
Set 4, ELDEAU versus Malignant. Yeonhong is going to take that first turn. Strip on the Ciara again, or maybe the Monkey?
Also, I want to point out, this Yeonhong is taking a first turn without a speed lead. That is just the insane speed that is sitting on that Yeonhong. Simply just outspeeding it. And I think we're looking at a very quick match this time around, because we have speed buff on the Okeanos simply doing a lot of damage. Actually not connected too many of the stuns, but we do have that Hey Gang fixing that for him.
Yeah, he's got even a skill 3 available. Doesn't even need it, because this skill 2 could get some stuns.
Ooh, no stuns right there. Also, all skills are pretty much used, but we still have a skill 2 from that Okeanos, potentially resetting something. Do we go for the Monkey, or do we go for the Gianna? We do reset that Gianna right there.
We do, and I think it's very soon going to be all she wrote for ELDEAU right now. I mean, Monkey skill 3 is going to have to be huge right now.
Has to be stunning everything, has to lock in everything, does actually do so, but Gianna's not looking at any skills at the moment. Additional turn will help out a lot. Also, a lot of damage coming in right there. I do actually see a potential where there still might be a comeback because of that stuns right here. That's actually a lot of stuns. Those were the stuns that Malignant were looking for on his Twin Angels earlier, but the activation rate is 60%. So it's either all or nothing, it seems like it.
Definitely. Oh, that's... If he can get some sleep cycles, it might be back on.
Oh, no sleep cycle for it just yet. We can also reduce cooldowns right now, plowing a little bit more damage with that focus shot. Focus shot does connect the armor break. Hey gang, no skills as of yet. Do you get a Despair Stun? Does not get a Despair Stun. We actually have full skills on this Gianna.
Wow, and now you can look to get those stuns out. There's bombs everywhere. I think ELDEAU has turned it around.
ELDEAU actually did turn it around, where I thought that Malignant was sitting in the driver's seat with just so much damage of the additional damage by speed buff. I expected that to do so much damage, but ELDEAU has shown great rune quality by actually surviving all of that, and he takes it all the way best of 5.
Wow, what a turnaround from ELDEAU right there. He is so calm and collected right now, the Iceman over in Paris.
But also, we can go 4 for 4. The owner of the Gianna in the draft is winning, so... In this case, we have a first pick on the side of Malignant. Should ELDEAU be pre-banning the Gianna?
I mean, Yes. Say, what do you want me to say? Yes.
Yeah, it seems to be that the Gianna is the winning factor between those two players over here, but it's also very curious to see. Guts does have a Gianna as well. Didn't place it any time in his previous matchup, but against these two players, Gianna's going to be so high of a contest rather than just, okay, I'm not picking it for myself, I'm also picking it so you don't pick it.
Yeah, I mean, but also that Dark Monkey is so scary now with that new buff, and I mean, that's probably the respect ban that's come out right there. It did turn the tables for ELDEAU in that last one. Malignant likely to choose a Gianna first pick?
I definitely do think we're going to see a Gianna first pick, so let's see if we can go 5 for 5 for Gianna winning every round, or do we see ELDEAU actually figuring out a way to counter it?
I mean, he's coming in, stealing a Ciara, getting an Okeanos. Is there going to be a Shihu out on the field as well?
Once again, going back to that Jian Hong, once again going to the Twin Angels. Did perform very well for ELDEAU, have so far not been performing that well for Malignant.
Not right now, but it's up to ELDEAU to decide how he's going to look to respond right now. He knows that Yeon Hong is fast, and it's actually done a lot of work for Malignant in that first turn.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you go for Shiho right now, you still know you're going to get outsped. So maybe the Shiho is not the right play. And I do see him scrolling pretty far back to the right, which mostly means it's like, okay, I'm looking for some units that I'm normally not using. He scrolled very far to the right to actually lock in the units that he has been using all the time. So we have seen a very similar draft in match 3 before. So I think Malignant is in the upper hand if he runs back that similar style of draft.
It's taking a lot of time, though, to just decide exactly how he wants to focus this. He knows there's a pocket 5th pick coming out from ELDEAU to try and respond maybe in any form of counter. Is he going to go back to his Zenisec?
I would definitely say Zenisec plus something. Zenisec plus the Megami is what he locked in last time. There was a Chow pick on that 5th over here, and the Chow pick was banned. So if we're going for the same, we actually go for a Varamos, but I think it's going to be the same thing. Varamos is banned, and I do see an upper hand on the side of the draft of Malignant.
Let's find out. Is he going to ban out the last pick like he did in that last draft with the same kind of units out on the field? How do you deal with it on ELDEAU's side?
I think you have to ban that Jeon Hong. Like, sure, the Gianna is super scary, but if you ban that Jeon Hong, at least you know you're gonna take first turn. But the big issue right now is there's going to be a Jeon Hong, skill 3 into a Gianna, and from there you're just like trying to tank things without any sustain.
Yeah, let's see. You've got those skills available going in with that skill 2 instead.
Ooh, risky play, but did pay off in the end because the Xiao was about to move next. If he did not connect that skill 2 over there, it might have been a very different match. So, bit of a risky play, but in the end, if it does work out, it is the right play.
Oh, and then pushing up that Gianna, you can look to land a bomb, gets it on the Ciara, stuns coming out.
Stuns coming out, actually not connecting on the Monkey, which is the hardest target for the Megami to actually stun himself. So, if he doesn't go for the Monkey right now, Okeanos takes an additional turn. I still could see... Ooh, resisted even. In this case, you definitely do want to go for skill 2 rather than the skill 3 because you want to be looking at stuns. Does go for it, does go, oh, nothing. And it was absolutely nothing in this case.
Nothing going on right there. But this Megumi's got something to say. Can you get some more stuns? Yes. Skill 3 coming in, say.
Skill 3 coming in. We have the charge vitality once again going to the Megami, and we will be looking at more stuns anytime soon. And I think that this is going to be a very uphill and difficult battle for ELDEAU right now.
Definitely is, because even though that Monkey... Oh, big stuns as well from Malignant.
Yeah, big stuns. The stuns he was aiming for. Okeanos was maybe looking to get an additional turn. Did not get it in this case. Monkey has been showing that he's fairly tanky, but tankiness is not going to get you this far in this match.
Definitely isn't. I mean, say, Gianna, the queen of this match right here today.
Absolutely. So we actually went 5 for 5. All of the Gianna drafters were actually the victors, even when picking Gianna in the first pick 3 times. It was in match 3, match 4, and match 5. Gianna was first pick, and it was so much strong in their respect of just doing a lot of work. Whereas normally we see a lot of speed leads, but I think the speed leads are maybe not the strongest units in game right now. Whereas just something like a core pick and also having the factor, as I mentioned before, not having to play against it is maybe even stronger than having to play with it.
For sure. I mean, it's all the tactics that are happening. You don't really find out until that very first set when you're up against your opponent as well. You can prepare as much as you want, but like we said, under the bright lights, that big screen going on behind you, things can go in your head and mess up with exactly what your strategy was right there. Just pick what you know. I mean, wow. Malignant carrying some momentum then against GUTSTHEBERSERK in that next matchup, as we can see confirmation on a 3-2 win for Malignant against ELDEAU. I mean, and ELDEAU's a fierce competitor as well, they say. He's going to take a lot of confidence going into GUTSTHEBERSERK next.
Yeah, absolutely. And Guts actually has been watching that match. He does know that Yeon Hong is crazy fast. Is that a unit that you therefore have to target out for? Or also, if you're planning to use a lot of those stun characters, such as the Okeanos, such as the Twin Angels, such as, of course, the Gianna, are you actually going to be playing against that Zinazek or not?
Exactly. You can see here some of the highlights from that previous match. It's going to be a lot. We went a full best of 5. Remember, all these matches are best of 5 today. We saw again how much Son Zonglao can really do. Say that anti-cleanse is proving very beneficial.
Absolutely, but on the other side, we have that Zinazek working so well against this stun meta. Just denying all of those stuns is something that's super crucial and working very well. On the other side, we also see that Megami once again doing a lot of work with every other turn and potential to stun.
Exactly. Just not targeting it means it's going to be taking turns, and it cycles so quickly back into that second skill for the stuns.
Yep, definitely one of those units that has to be feared, and it's also a 28 speed lead. We do know it very well. Speed leads are always super important in these matchups.
Definitely are super important. You can see there the smile on Malignant's face as he's taken out ELDEAU and got himself into the semi-finals of our Open Qualifier in France. Stacked top side of the bracket there, say, compared to the bottom side, which we know a little bit less about the players that are upcoming. We've got GOFRITESSJ and RUIWEN.
Yeah, definitely two interesting players, and to be honest, I actually really don't know all too much about them rather than just the statistics that we have, and it's going to be curious to see if they're going for the same kind of meta playstyle, or maybe they have their own playstyle, because that's what we saw with the SummonersWar European League. People had their own LDs and they like to play with their own playstyle that way.
For sure they do. I mean, again, both debutants in terms of SWC and maybe realistically any sort of competitive Summoners War competition as well. How are they going to be able to react through here? Oh, a nice little handshake though, you know, settle the nerves a little bit, get that headset on, lock in now into the game. Like you said, Say, we're learning here just as much as the viewers are about these guys. They're not necessarily streamers, we don't know too much about them. It's really exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. And is it also something that they might bring something else that we haven't seen? Well, actually, looking at the stats over here, this is something that is very familiar to maybe a lot of viewers on Twitch by the stream of Obabo, locking in that Zeratul, the Sonya, and a Vanessa. However, the Sonya definitely took a little bit of a hit in that recent balance patch. So is it still going to be as strong?
Let's find out. You can see there from GOFRITESSJ. It's going to be interesting to see it coming up against RUIWEN right here. Say, over the past 2 seasons, they've only played each other once. GOFRIT got the win against RUIWEN.
Also an interesting style over here. We see an Oliver and we see a Miles. Mostly that is actually paired with something along the lines of a Raccoon. Might have been in pick 6, 7, or 8. But definitely interesting to see, once again, a Miles plus a Oliver combination being very strong. But we did also see, once again, a Sonya in there. So Sonya did take a little bit of a hit. Let's see if it's still being picked up, or is it not strong enough anymore?
Let's find out. I mean, these guys, top of the France region. That's why they're here right now. GOFRITESSJ against RUIWEN. It's going to be our match number 3 in the Open Qualifier for France. Remember, the winner of this tournament manages to get a free ticket to the World Finals. But is anybody else hungry for more? Believe me, I would love to ruin a waffle right now. Don't get it? Translate it, baby. Let's get into it, Say.
Yeah, let's see what we have for those pre-bans. Are we going to go pre-bans towards maybe an Oliver once again? Are we going to go pre-bans on Zeratus or any other LDs that we have seen before? What do we have? A Zeratus pre-ban and an Okeanos pre-ban.
Coming in hot then with us. Are we going to be seeing some of the Speed League contests we saw in that last one, Say? Are we going to be getting the Olivers coming out? I mean, it's going to be interesting to see.
I definitely do expect to see an Oliver first pick right away over here. Yep, there we have it, locked in within 3 seconds. Now, do you have some answers against Oliver? Do we go back to the Twin Angels? Do we go for Sierras? Or do we actually lock in something that is not a speed lead? We lock in speed lead, but it is that Megami.
Fire Megumi with the Shiho. So we're going for a little bit maybe of a speed contest to start with, but GOFRIT looking to slow it down with a Josephine.
Already going for more of a turn 2 setup right there with that Josephine, but what is he going to be pairing that up with? An Ashur, also a very strong unit in the current meta. It's a lot of revolving around single target strips into single target denial or even single target killing.
Exactly how much damage can he pack against RUIWEN right there? Both of these players have been in that G3 area as well, so we know just how good the rune depth must be to even be in that category right now. Wow, Iron coming in, down Izuka.
We got a Nezuko on the dark side, so definitely a unit we don't see all too much because it's relatively more new and very rare. But it's definitely a very strong unit to provide a lot of immunity, but also team-ups to get cooldowns a lot shorter.
Yeah, coming in. Oh, another 33 speed lead. Okay, it's changed it up to a bit more speedy.
Yeah, definitely. I'm not too sure about an Athena. In most cases, with an Athena, you don't really want to be playing into a Megami, and the Megami is already on the field. Plus, there's still a 5th pick on the side of RUIWEN, so that 5th pick might be the must ban, whereas you probably also want to be banning out the Megami with that Athena on the field.
Yeah, let's find out. 5th pick right now. Again, 2 debutants have not been in this situation before. Both of them have the exact same pose as well, sir.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's actually a fairly interesting final pick, because in that case, the Megami is an easy ban. But then the big question is the Athena also the easy ban right now?
I mean, if it comes down to the speed contest, Irene getting blocked out there then, and the Etna as well. Speed lead of 33 versus 28. It's GOFRITESSJ against RUIWEN in our quarterfinals. Match 3, set number 1. Say, let's see who's quick.
Let's see, we do have actually 2 turns coming up on the side of RUIWEN, but if you manage to land a stun, Josephine will take that turn. Do you go for stuns on the side of that Assure? Does go for the stuns on that Assure.
Does, but you've got that skill too. Are you going to look to strip and provoke?
Strike and provoke, but where do you go for? Nezuko might be a unit that is on 100 resistance. Actually, is not resisting anything of these skills.
Looking to stun right now, then going for that Oliver. Resisted.
Ooh, big resist coming in over there. Oliver also has the chance to reset that Nezuko. We do have cooltime increases from that Ella over there. No, actually goes for the strip on the Ella and is going to go for the cooltime increase on that Ella.
Yeah, manages to land as well right there. And Oliver, hopefully for GoFree, is going to take another turn and get another cooltime in.
Yeah, let's see, because otherwise Nezuko will lower a lot of those cooltimes as well, which is very beneficial. Oliver, can we connect our skills? We do not connect the full skill right there.
No, we don't. You can get some stuns coming out though.
Those were huge stuns, including one wrong element stun right there. Also, the stun is a little bit awkward right now. Are you going to send it to that Josephine? Does not go for the Josephine.
No, just a little bit of damage coming into that Ashura. The moment he gets online, he can heal himself.
Yep, the Ashura is the main damage output from the side of GoFrite right now. And I'm not too sure if that's going to be enough, because it's taking a lot of hits right now. Plus, the Nezuko will go online with the next turn.
Yeah, she will. She's got that skill 3 available right now. Are you going to be looking to go into that Ashura and try to take it out?
The moment you do fully take it out, I think there's still the cooldown on that Vanessa, so... Ooh, that's actually a nice additional turn right there as well. Also, the Shio is not looking at immunity right now, because the pairing is only for, or the immunity is only for the units that you were paired with.
Can you look to get a stun then from GoFree? Does get it.
Does get it, does get the Josephine additional turn. Do we go for some counters? We do not fully connect it this time around.
No, you've got that skill 2, more damage onto the defense break. But again, Josephine being on the field is just taking turns.
It's taking a lot of turns, but Josephine in most cases is not max accuracy, whereas Ella is very much most likely max resistance.
Yeah, let's see. Are you going to try and go defense break, strip? That Fire Megumi, if you don't hit it, is going to be taking turns.
It's taking a lot of turns, and actually the only damage, we actually have 2 main damage dealers on both sides. And it's just the whole team around it is just protect the damage dealers. On the top side, we have that Shiho. On the bottom side, we have that Ashur. If we look at the HP bars between the 2 units, Ashur is not looking that lively, but does have a 3rd skill coming up. You would have rather done an S2 right now, but you still have to go for that S3 because of the healing.
Yeah, you have to get that healing, get rid of that defense break as well right now. Just maybe prevent...
Yeah, also, I saw the hits on that. I think he glanced all 4 hits of those, which is like the one moment you could add in a little bit of damage. Did not get any of the damage, also not connecting the skills right there. Would have been glanced off by this Nezuko, would have been provided immunity by the Nezuko. But so far, we're seeing the top side. Ooh, that armor break, alter ego, 5k per hit, taking out that first life. Still 11k HP on that unit right now.
He has, but you could see there how big the defense break came in and taking out that Ashur. Is the monkey going to cycle as well?
I think the monkey might be fast enough looking at the attack bars right now. Plus, we have potential for doing this with the Ella. That's even more cycling going back and forth. More healing going back and forth, whereas the only healing is on that Ashur as well. So Ashur is so much man of the match on the bottom side that if you take it out, I think the match is over.
Yeah, it could be. And you can just see there's so much immunity popping around on the side of RUIWEN. Oliver cannot do anything.
Yeah, Oliver's having a very difficult match, but even the Josephine that has a potential strip still having such a difficult match, trying to do a little bit of damage everywhere. But also the main issue is still that you have to kind of focus that Megami where you don't want to be focusing that Megami.
Yeah, it's a little bit of everything, but not really anything of nothing. That's a real tongue twister, but I hope you understand.
I fully understood that one. Also, what I do understand is we had a Vanessa on this pair. It's definitely a very niche and nice build if it does connect. But in this case, the additional turn said, nope, not gonna happen today.
No, they're not. And realistically right now, he's just can target into that Oliver. Maybe it's even worth Vanessa at some point to stop a revive.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a hard one, because in the end, every time that the Shio has any skills of also Nezuko, could be additional damage artifacts, has multi-hits, he's still doing a good amount of damage, and it's all about that little bit of chip damage where your enemy doesn't have any form of sustain.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, maybe 3 units against 4 if you count in the Vanessa right now. But Josephine's just, like you said, a little bit of everything, but not everything at all.
Yeah, the Josephine is one of those units. It's super good against those stunts. It can provide its own stunts, but in the end, if you don't have your Josephine on high damage and it's just for the shield, it does work in some matchups, but in this one, it's not working out that well.
No, it isn't. Can you look to even get some more stuns coming out right now? Does, but procs that passive.
We have the passive being locked in right now, but then again, we still have more healing from that Ella, and we're just trying to get a bit more damage. Like it's very spread out for the damage. We have to control all 4 units on the field, and that is just too hard for a unit on single target hits to do.
Oh, yeah, but you've got rid of that shield right now. Skill 3 can look to be coming in onto that Vanessa. Oh, nearly takes it out.
Nearly taking it out, and the moment we do take out the Vanessa, it's definitely game over here. Still, 8k on armor break is not bad damage right there, but it's definitely also not good enough.
It definitely isn't, and you can see right now Monkey coming through. Maybe GoFrite using this time to think of what's going to happen in that next set.
Yeah, let's see what he can do around with the draft next time around. We do also have the potential for a 0-2 on the side of GoFrite, which he probably does like to play with a lot, because most of the time, if you have a good LD, you just want to place it in as many times. He will have that available in the next round, but for now, he did lose this one, and the victory goes to RUIWEN.
RUIWEN taking that first set point against GOFRITESSJ. Both of these guys are new to this competition. This kind of format, that's going to do him a world of good for his confidence, taking that first set to 0. Like you said there as well, Say, you've got an LD, you used to use it in the ladder. Do you just go back to kind of what you know?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the most recommendation I can give, because those two players are probably not that familiar with pre-ban, and pre-ban adds a whole new dynamic towards like what is the draft revolving around, because the first pick is always very important, last pick is very important, but the pre-ban is so much involving in those two scenarios as well.
Yeah, we've got Fire Megumi, we've got that Shiho. Maybe we're going to see an Oliver first pick steal it across.
Let's see if we go for that Oliver steal. But if we see an Oliver steal, I very much see a Vanessa being picked up. No, actually, no Vanessa. Goes for the style of a Sierra plus a Jogun.
Wow, Jogun coming out then right now. Obviously got that strip, can look to scroll somebody away if it's fast enough. But if a Miles comes out...
Yeah, definitely a dangerous one with a Miles. Let's see if he... Going into a Heigang or something like that is maybe not that great. Vanessa in there, I'm not too sure about that, because you definitely have to be locking in damage in your slot 4 or slot 5 if you go for Vanessa.
Oh.
Actually goes for a Ritsu. It's kind of an Oliver in its own respect as well, but does not have a speed lead.
Yeah, partnering up with the Raccoon, a bit of sustain, and RUIWEN is just going full speed there with the Sonya.
If he goes for Sonya right now, he definitely has to follow up with a second speed lead. Otherwise, we would see a second speed lead that is potentially fast as well on the side of GoFrite. So let's see what kind of speed lead he wants to go for. Actually, therefore, is not deciding to go for it. Takes it away, but I could definitely see a Sonya plus a Vanessa style do pretty well over here.
Let's find out. Going in then back to the Irene and back into that Ella as well, slowing it down.
Definitely slowing it down, but I could see a potential right now where you ban out the Oliver and you could potentially outspeed with the Jogun. If you have a 5th pick that can also potentially outspeed, you can play your own kind of Oliver game with a Ritsu.
Or go back to your Zeratu, which you've been using in ladder the whole previous seasons.
That's also definitely an option right there, but in this case, I think it's more of a common ban on that Jogun that might be denying a lot more. But also the big question is, you have 1 speed lead each. Is that going to be on the field or not?
Jogun taken out as well as the Irene, so we've left the speed leads for both GOFRITESSJ and RUIWEN in our quarterfinals match 3. Set number 2, RUIWEN is currently 1-0 up. Can he extend his lead?
And let's see, Miles, how much damage are we doing? We do connect the stun and we're hitting for 12k. Okeanos, can you reset your own target?
Is he wondering right now if that Ella takes a turn in front of the Ciara?
Ooh, the second hit did actually connect, but we do therefore have Ritsu being potentially taking turns. Big issue with the Ritsu, however, is if Ritsu takes a turn and there's full immunity, the passive will still be activated. But actually, this small boost of the Draconi is enough to land this lock right now. Do we land the lock? We actually did not connect the lock, which is a huge disbenefit for Ritsu itself.
Definitely has got a defense break at least, with a Zeratu potentially coming soon, but can this Ela disturb that?
Let's see what the Ela can do on the boost that she has on her own. We do have the Zeratu sitting on potentially taking the turns, can do a lot of damage on an armor break. We've seen it before, actually just going for a skill too. So interesting to see how much damage we can do on an attack buff. Zeratu defense break, 10k on that first hit, followed up by 2 5ks.
Yep, and just cleans it up pretty much with that Ciara right there. Obviously, the threat state is going to be annoying for Miles.
It's going to be annoying, but Miles likes to take a little bit of extra turns. Tries to do it on the Zeratu once again, but on the second try did not connect the full hit.
Definitely didn't, and he can't get that reset into the Zeratu. There's still the immunity up there, and it's going to be able to do more damage.
And we once again have a chance for the lock. The lock is actually connected right now, and that is a lock that you cannot cleanse off. So the moment Miles will take the turn will actually belong to that Ritsu.
Definitely will right now. And I mean, it's looking like a very much an uphill battle. Oliver needs to get controlling.
Oliver needs to control, I would say, 3 units on the field, and one of them is having permanent uptime of immunity. So that's going to be a very difficult one to do.
Definitely will, but Oliver from previous years say we know how crazy he can be.
He can be very crazy, but once again, that immunity on the Zeratu, if that immunity on the Zeratu wasn't there, I would have said, like, yeah, maybe have a shot, but that immunity is just looking very good right now.
It is, and stealing that turn right there away from the Miles. Oh,
also taking the additional turn. Do we go for the lock on the... Yep, we do go for that lock on that Oliver as well. So the moment Oliver will take the turn will once again belong to that Ritsu.
Yeah, just stealing those turns. Doesn't manage to get the strip, but still some good damage.
Yeah, let's see. We do have the 4th skill coming in. We have more immunity, so... Also, if we do go for a lock skill right now, actually does not have the passive of the lock skill. So that's one of those awkward things about the Ritsu. If you have the skill available, it will always use that skill. But in this case, it's also interesting that you're not lowering any of the immunities or any of the debuffs that you have, because the unit actually did not fully take a turn. It's not like a stun, it's just simply, you didn't take a turn, you go back to 0 attack bar.
Exactly, 2 units now against 4, and that Zeratu is looking so strong.
Yeah, Zeratu and Ritsu are both doing a lot of work over here, and it's working out very well. So going back to the LDs definitely seem to work on the side of GoFrits.
Definitely do. Play what you know, and it usually plays dividends for you.
Absolutely, and also the Zeratu, once again, very strong unit in current meta once again, because sure, there's a lot of strips, but if the strips are denied, Zeratu will be sitting at the permanent immunity, and permanent immunity is just simply so strong against a unit as Oliver.
So hard, and now we can look to even take out that Oliver, and does. Ciara can come in with a bomb.
Ciara coming in with a bomb. Well, this is a 4 against 1 that I would never see any Totemist ever win. Ciara also on Despair. It's definitely a unit we see on Despair more and more as of lately, but it's mostly paired with units where you go for like a Light Twin Angels, or you go for a Veronica where you do want to pair it on Despair. Jogan is still potential, but I still like the Violet.
Yeah, there we go. Let's find out. It's the result of the 1 against 1 RUIWEN and GoFrite. Like you said, say, from that first set, playing stuff that maybe wasn't what we'd seen from the statistics over the past seasons, changing it back to what he knows has resulted in that win. Will the pre-ban be another Zeratu from the side of RUIWEN, though?
I definitely do think that pre-ban once again goes to the Zeratu. We do have the Zeratu being pre-banned, and we also do have an Irene being pre-banned. So it's a unit that has been post-banned twice right now, and this time is in the pre-ban. Let's see what GoFrits would like to go for a first pick. He picked up the Oliver last time around. He knows Oliver will go to the enemy if he doesn't pick it himself, so therefore he picks it.
Yep, he does take it away right there. We're going to be maybe taking some different speed leads coming in. We've got the Water Twin Angels popping up right now. We've seen that Dark Nezuko in the first set as well, but maybe more of a third and fourth pick.
Yeah, definitely a unit I would like to see more in the slot 3 and slot 4. But let's see what he likes to pair that up with. He could go towards an Okeanos, could go towards an Ashur. Actually takes it out, goes for a Megami, and goes for that Shiho.
I think that is a full repeat of that first set as well. So going back, he got the win in that set. Go back again to what you know. How is GoFrite going to change things up? Seeing the Ashur.
Asher, also similar to what we had in the first round. The only big difference is that the Irene is not on the field this time around. So we actually have a full repeat of the first few picks. In this case, RUIWEN did actually go for an Irene over here, which is not going to be on the field this time around. We went for an Irene plus a Nezuko. Nezuko is still available, but what is going to be that fourth pick? Maybe an Okeanos?
Yeah, looking to get a reset then in some sort of form to try and compete with what Irene was bringing to the table there. But it's going to be very different.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be very different. And we see a Barbara unit we haven't seen all too much. Mostly kind of has that issue where it's not boosting enough attack bar, but still a very strong unit. Also slightly buffed in the last balance patch for getting more speed while being off the beast.
Let's find out if she's going to be making it through into our draft right now. Going with a speedy unit then, the Etna.
But if you go for an Etna right now, you definitely have to go for another speed lead. What is your speed lead of choice? Speed lead of choice is that Vanessa.
Vanessa coming out there right now. Obviously, if you're going to be leaving someone like an Oliver on the field, there's no immunity really on the side of RUIWEN.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting style. Also, everything is revolving around single target strips. On the side of GOFRITESJ, we have 4 units with single target strips setting up for that Oliver. What is also very strong against all of those kind of pushbacks and potential stunts is a Male Wang.
Monkey business coming in. Let's find out who they're going to be looking to ban here right now. Is Josephine too annoying, or?
It's definitely going to be a difficult one. It's interesting to see the Megami actually leave the field. It is good for the Athena potentially though, but the Athena will definitely have some issue with the Monkey. And then we're talking about the Fire Monkey, so let's see how that plays out.
Speed lead versus attack lead in our match 3, set 3. 1 apiece right now. Etna, over to you.
Over to you, and we do get a lot of damage, but we actually have a follow-up by that Barbara. Is Barbara able to push up enough attack bar? Because Barbara's skill 3 mostly doesn't push up that much attack bar because you have to deal a lot of damage.
Oh, resisted onto that Etna right now, but not looking super healthy.
You could go for an option where you reset the Vanessa right now and insta-kill with your Monkey, but that is the big question. Can the Monkey without any stacks actually kill an Athena right that? And he didn't want to take the chance on that.
Yeah, he can't really test it out right now either. Goes for it. It wouldn't have been enough. Good decision.
It wouldn't have been enough, but also in this case, it's actually the best scenario because if you actually full killed it, we would have had attack buff on that Athena right there, which is probably not beneficial for your next rotation.
Definitely not, but right now, no immunity, like we were saying on the side of RUIWEN. Oliver can look to control.
Ooh, looks to control, but was also looking to absorb the attack bar, which it didn't in this case. How many shatters do we get on crits? We missed a few crits, therefore we have the steal of the turn towards the Barbara.
Exactly. You can look to try and kill then, maybe?
I think you should go for the Assure, because the Assure you have a little bit more of a attack bar gain because of that stun already being there, and actually did do a fair bit of damage. This Rain of Stones will take out 2 units right now. Only 1 is revived. Monkey can clean up that second unit as well.
Yeah, and 2 fire units against Oliver basically right now. It's going to be very hard for GOFRITESJ.
Absolutely, and where the Barbara looked a little bit awkward in the draft at first, because of the 2 fire units, the Athena did not do that well. And that is the scary thing of drafting Athena in current meta. There were already 2 fire units on the side of RUIWEN. A third one was coming in that 5th pick. Athena just doesn't do well against those.
Deciding if he wants to maybe even go onto that Okeanos right now, going into the Barbara instead.
That is a pretty good rune Barbara, because Barbara's mostly either very tanky and very fast, or more on the damage side, and this one is more of a hybrid, a little bit of everything, but it seems to be working out.
Yeah, and look at this Vanessa. That revive skill 3 is not available for 2 more turns, and GOFRITESJ knows RUIWEN takes that 3rd set to be leading now 2-1. Boy, changed it up, managed to get another win there, but Zeratu's coming up in that next round.
Yeah, let's see. This is not the case what we had with the previous matchup where both players have Gianna and the Gianna was the winning factor, but it could still be one of the winning factors for one of the 2 plays if that Zeratu is available. So let's see if GOFRITESJ once again picks it up, and let's see what his draft is going to be revolving around, because RUIWEN does know that Zeratu is coming.
Yeah, he knows it's going to be coming against him right here. For the free ban coming out on the GOFRITESJ, obviously that Irene wasn't available for RUIWEN previously, but who are you thinking to take out?
It's definitely a difficult question. Like, you could maybe go towards like an Oliver pre-ban if you don't have the first pick. That's the nice a bit of the options that you would go for. But Shiho, Megumi's also very meta units at the moment.
Definitely. And are we then leading into another Oliver first pick? Are you going to steal? I don't think he did it last time, right?
I think he went for an Oliver first pick last time around as well, and GoFrites went for the Sierra plus the Joe Gun. So if we see a full repeat on that, yep, we do seem to be seeing a full repeat of that.
How is RUIWEN going to change things up there in this position right now then? GoFrite won that set when he was allowed to have Zerato in that 5th pick. How do you respond?
Yeah, let's see what he has been bringing up this moment, because also the Shiho is not available. Irene is available, however. Okeanos, once again, one of those comfortable units.
Definitely comfortable. I mean, we've seen him do a lot during this current Open qualifier in France. Partnered up the exact same draft then.
Yep, we also had the Rakoni with the Ritsu, and then we had a Zeratul in the 5th. Last time around, I think the pre-ban was slightly different, but if he goes for an Ella right now plus a Irene, we saw the Irene being banned out, and he did not have a favorable matchup in that. This time around, we do go for a Sonya. Might be potentially taking out that Ritsu. Also could be potentially taking out a Zeratul. So it's definitely more of preparation against that. Zeratul still being locked in. I think you have to be banning that Sonya, or you ban out the speed lead.
Yeah, it's mind games right now. Speed lead, is your Sonya going to be able to do enough? Saw in the APAC region earlier, a Sonya, something tanking a Sonya as well now, with obviously that nerf that's come through. Sonya taken out and the speed lead taken out. So we've got a hefty HP lead and the speed lead in our SWC 2025 quarterfinals. Set number 4 right now. Again, are you going to stun on that Zeratul?
Or we're looking for that stun on the Zeratul. We do actually try it out, but in this case, we have the scroll trap coming in, plus we have the skill 3 coming in from that Joe Gun. So now we actually have the turn rotation. Ooh, the Okeanos still takes the turn after, however.
He is going to be taking that turn coming up now. Can you look to just get a reset in then?
You have 2 potentials for strip, 2 potentials for resets. You're looking at 2 buffs on that Ritsu. Can you connect your skills? Actually, still goes for the Zeratul. Doesn't care about the Ritsu, which is going to be the one denying the next turns, which you very much need on your own units right now.
Definitely do. And Oliver right now has full skills available. Just looking to push back that Ritsu, but it doesn't matter if you push her back.
No, definitely doesn't matter if you push her back. Also, I would have rather seen the rotation on the Ritsu, because if you did the skill on the Ritsu right now, Ritsu would have stolen this turn and had his passive up again, and you could have denied the turn of the Okeanos or the Oliver. Well, if you just land a simple skill 1 stun, that also works that way.
Definitely does, and preventing Okeanos from taking a turn at the moment, and that Ritsu is... Zeratu's just on the field still.
Absolutely, and we also have this... Well, we say goodbye to that Bayek over there. Ritsu, once again, going for rotations over here, and that's the strong thing. If you allow Ritsu to get rotations in, it is a very strong unit. You have to start denying the turns and the cooldowns on those ones.
Now she's got it. That skill is available. Are you going to be able to land it? Does
actually land it. So I think he's kind of ignoring the Ritsu a little bit too much, where you have to be focusing the cooldown decreases on the Ritsu. It's very important because the threat state is annoying. There's the steal of turns is annoying. Once again, we see a steal of the turn. We can throw that once again on the Oliver. Oliver is not taking his next turn right now. So you have an Oliver, but your enemy also has an Oliver.
Yeah, and it's just even with the Rakuni partnered up there, in case any of them miss that turn cycling, Rakuni can pop somebody up as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's just working so well, and that's exactly where you want to see Ritsu in play. The moment Ritsu is super hard counted, the moment he actually gets proper CC on him. But in this case, the only skills that could potentially CC him, push him back, or give cooldown increases are just not going towards that Ritsu.
No, they aren't. And look, again, Rakuni just pops in between, can maybe even boost up anyone, or doesn't even need to.
Yeah, very interesting play over here. But once again, we do see the Zeratul matchup being very favorable for GoFrites. He has to be playing without the Zeratul in that next match once again. So let's see about that next match. He already won this one. He definitely is the guaranteed victor on this one. But he has to be thinking at that next match, what went wrong in the match 1 and the match 3 that he can overcome it.
Maybe what went wrong is a pre-ban on Zeratul. Maybe that's as simple as it is.
Yeah, that's definitely... Well, that's the only factor you don't have influence on. What are the factors that he does have influence on that he can take the victor right there?
It's for us to find out right now. 2 apiece between GOFRITESSJ and RUIWEN right there. Just trading each time. Win, lose, win, lose. If anything, say, we love the patterns, does it mean there's going to be a RUIWEN win?
It very well could be. Let's see what we have for pre-bans. Are we shaking up the pre-bans, or are we going to go for repeat matches that we've seen in 1 and 3?
Time to find out right here. I mean, all stakes on the line. I mean, it's a knockout tournament, best of 5. This is the last set that they could potentially be playing this year in SWC. That's a very short start for your SWC journey.
Yeah, that could very well be. Once again, we do not see that Xerath on the field, and we do not see that Irene on the field. GOFRITESJ, when he had first pick, was going for an Oliver. And actually, has it been the case that every Oliver first pick has lost thus far? I think so, actually.
I actually do also agree, so that's why you change it up for a Fire Megumi.
Fire Megumi over there. On the other side, we do actually not see any speed leads right there. Once again, Oliver on the side of GOFRITESJ might be the thing of the opposite what we saw with the Gianna in the previous match. Every Oliver is bound to lose. Also, Jogun in this position, I'm not liking it as much because the attack buff of Jogun is working towards 2 units that don't really care about having an attack buff just yet.
Definitely don't, but Vanessa coming out as well, taking his own speed lead on the side of RUIWEN right there. Against potentially fire heavy on the side of GOFRITESJ, is there another water unit? Barbara?
Definitely. He could be looking at the water unit. Barbara was actually doing a lot of work in the previous matchup. Is it actually going to be faster than that Jogun? No, actually goes for a different kind of route. Goes for that Josephine. We do actually have a Ritsu being picked up right now without a Xerath, so let's see if that still then works. Because having an Oliver plus a Ritsu, the moment he starts taking turns and he has cooldowns, the enemy will never take any turn ever again.
No, but partnering it instead with an Angela, bringing a bit of sustain into the match on the side of GOFRITESJ right there. RUIWEN, feels like you've kind of gone in a little bit to try and get the first turn.
I think something along the lines of a Juno would do very good right now because there's not too much damage on the side of GOFRITESJ if you remove that Ritsu. Actually, barely any at all. The only damage you actually have to take care of is the damage from the reflect from that Angela, but let's see if she makes it into the field.
Will she make it through? Maybe getting banned out right here. Maybe even the Ashur as well. Ashur and Jogun being taken out. So we've got speed leads. 33 for both GOFRITESJ, SSG and RUIWEN. One of them is going to be going through into our semi-finals here. One we are sadly going to say goodbye to.
Interesting ban on the Jogun because I felt like the Jogun was the only unit on the field that actually did not really belong there because in the end the attack buff would not have really changed anything on any of those units. Maybe a little bit for the Ritsu, but any of the other units don't care too much about it. Whereas this Angela is going to be very impactful because that is the only sustainer on the field.
Oh, big additional turn right there as well. There's a defense break on that Ritsu.
It's going to be potentially a lot of damage. Are you going to be sending those Rain of Stones or are you going to reset cooldowns? Actually, it's going to go for cooldown reset. I would have rather seen a lot more damage coming in because that was your great momentum for damage output.
Definitely wasn't. Oliver's going to maybe even get stunned, so was there a need for it?
Yeah, I think that it was definitely maybe a little bit of a play of trying to be too safe. Great stunts. Also additional turn on the other side right now. Can we actually land anything? We do connect on that Okeanos. So Okeanos cannot really get the damage off. So the longer you keep the Angela on the field where nothing is really dying, the more shields she's gonna pop off. And every shield will do damage that is permanent damage on your side because there is no sustain on the side of RUIWEN. And this Angela is actually such a great pick over here.
Yeah, just how long. He needs to start deleting units quickly so that the Angela doesn't help out too much. Maybe into that Fire Megumi.
How much damage are we doing? Half HP damage, denying the turn once again. Can we get an armor break? Does not connect the armor break rotation this time around.
Doesn't quite get it. There is the third skill, Rain of Stones. You need to pop out some more stuns.
Ooh, fair bit of stuns, but also a additional turn over there. Big question is, we do see that Josephine skill 1. Can you take out the Ritsu right now?
You're kind of really praying for it. Oh, that might help.
That will definitely help, and that actually does take it out. So where I was expecting not to see enough damage, in the end, the rotations of the additional damage artifacts did help out more than enough to take out those units.
Definitely did, and now he's in the driving seat, RUIWEN, because as much as Andrew and Oliver are on the field, if that Okeanos is still there, it's going to be a hell of a nightmare.
Yep, that's definitely going to be a difficult one. And actually where I was saying there's no sustain on the side of RUIWEN, there is semi-sustain in the form of shields. The longer the shield is up from any of the stunts that is provided by the Megumi, you still get some sustain right there. And that is actually one of the key factors that's helping out RUIWEN a lot to win this match.
Definitely is. I mean, feels like it's all she wrote, and RUIWEN is going to be taking this, landing that defense break as well. Going to be able to plow in more damage, even more damage with an extra turn.
Absolutely. And fun fact, once again, all of the Xerath matches were won, but also all of the Oliver matches on both sides were lost.
Wow, well done to RUIWEN against GOFRITESJ, SSG. Both of these guys, first time in our SWC, and he's going to be advancing into our semi finals right there. Say, always good to see debutants, you know. I mean, we were guaranteed at least one debutant going into that semi-final competition, but again, brought out some pretty cool tech.
Yeah, it was definitely interesting to see what he was bringing out, especially with the Ella and the Irene. It was not working that well, but every match he did not have to fight against the great Zeratul was just very favorable, and that is where the pre-ban adds in so much value. It was also interesting to see that both of the players were Sonya players before, but both of the players were actually also a little bit too scared to actually pick it up.
Definitely were, and I mean, that's what happens. Balance patches, not too long in between that balance patch until today's competition as well. How much testing can you really do? And especially for these players, there's some travel with getting to these different competitions. So if you're on the train, on the plane, you really wanted to test all that stuff that might impact you even a slightly bit, the small 1 to 2%ers can still make a real difference, right?
Yes, and also one of the big factors is the moment you're knowing who you play against, that's where you start looking very much into your opponent. And the more you show, the moment you play on the leaderboards, it will be ending up in best, and those could be spotted out. And that's where you could see the test of your enemy. So that's always an interesting thing with SWCs. There's some players out there that for that reason don't play any matches, and they just go from whatever they have in their mind. They ruin that up, and it works out very well for them. But also some players, they just want to play as many matches to get in that muscle memory.
Exactly. The more you know about your own box can definitely help you against your opponents right here. These guys changing things up. We just saw again. Oliver, maybe not so good. You got a Gianna? Maybe you want to play it in this competition, right?
It's one of those options that you could go for, but Oliver, it is the most picked unit in the game right now. So for that reason, it will probably do very well. But in that last match, it just simply went 0 and 5.
Yeah, look at this. We've had, wow. People, everyone's getting their really viewers worth here, right? We've had a 0-3, a 2-3, and a 2-3, allowing GUTSTHEBERSERK, Malignant, and RUIWEN going through into the semi-finals. One more match left to go in our quarterfinals with SLAIX and MINA right there. So we know, obviously, SLAIX from the Summoners War European League earlier this year. MINA, we know a little bit less about. And I believe SLAIX, is he still a guildie of yours?
SLAIX is currently still a guildie of mine, and actually he's very well preparing for those tournaments. Did actually manage to get G3 this season, and he got a very interesting rank, which we'll see in just a second. But one of those things that is very well known for SLAIX in the SWEL is that he's very well against preparing against his enemy. At some point he was playing against a turn 2 player, and he had his Kiara move in front of a Sonya, which is a way lower base speed. That just shows like the preparation did work. He nuked out a few characters, and then it was just very easy from there. But the big question is, can you prepare against multiple players that you have to play against? Does also have the Zeratul, does have a Mia, and does have a Kovaci. So a lot of units in his box that are very strong in the current meta.
Definitely are. These two players over the past 2 seasons have played a total of 3 times. MINA is the one with the lead so far, 2-1 against SLAIX. However, remember, you can prepare for this competition now. When you're matching up on the ladder, you have no idea who you're going to be necessarily facing off against and can't be the best prepared. Like we saw in that Summoners War European League, SLAIX, when he has the time, can really make sure to understand his opponent and see what he is going to be facing off against. And from here, there's a Gianna.
There's Gianna, there's also Wunsa. Wunsa current meta, not the strongest out there, but definitely a Sierra. Gianna is super strong. So are we going to be seeing those units? Also, we do see a lot of Sonya over here. Has not been the best of showcase. Well, actually, we haven't really seen it all too much. We haven't seen any proper skill 2 from Sonya being connected just yet. So let's see if we actually go for that. Or are we going to be switching things around and going to the meta picks right now, which are the Oliver, Okeanos, Shiho, and followed up by anything else?
Let's find out. I mean, always nice to see some new units within there, so I'll show my little bias there, but it's going to be interesting to see how they can cope with being in this situation right now. First time for both of them, again, on the stage. It changes a lot of things with your mindset when you're going into those competitions. Say, you're probably the best to know about that.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those moments, the moment you sit down there, and that's also something that I can always recommend to any of the players. The moment you walk in, be nervous. It's totally okay. The moment you sit down, be nervous. It's totally okay. If you fight it too early, you're going to be nervous all the time. But the moment you sit down and you lock in that ban, that's why you let everything go. That's why you just zone in, and that's why you just play your game that you have been doing for thousands of times throughout on ladder. Exactly.
Everything is based from your current foundation that you're doing on the RTA ladder, wherever you might be, even if you're at my level, right? Say, I mean, I still get nervous when I'm playing. I mean, not in a competitive situation as much as you guys, but It's going to be interesting to see how they can look to deal with that one. Again, we don't know too much about MINA. We know a lot about SLAIX. Can he still bring that same energy that he did from the Summoners War European League? We're going to find out very, very soon within that. Kiara, maybe not, maybe yes.
Well, Kiara's going to be a very interesting one because Kiara works very good against turn 2 players. And this is what I was talking about the interesting finish of SLAIX. He got number 299. That's one off, well, actually 2 off not being G3. So I did manage to get G3 right there, which is very interesting to see. On the other side, player we actually less are familiar with, finished rank 28.
Please, SLAIX, I want you, I need you for puns. Sorry, Mina. Let's get into it then. Pre-bans, Oliver, and we've got Kavachi. Gianna Cup, first pick.
Gianna on that first pick. Let's see if Gianna goes all the way on the victor for getting... Well, every time she's in a match, every time she's locked in, let's see if that side also does win. But we're definitely seeing more meta units on both sides right now.
Definitely are. We've got the Ciara coming out, the Hey Gang as well. If you're a Gianna player, nice to have it on your own side right there. Fai Megumi and the Shiho. I mean, let's see how they're going to bring this to the table for that first set. And Irene popping out.
Irene is definitely a nice one over there. Also, one thing that I kind of have against a Hey Gang plus Gianna combination is that sometimes it just happens where you just start lacking damage. And that is something that SLAIX can play around with in that position by going things such as the Miying. Also took a little bit of a nerf itself, but if you go units such as like a Fire Monkey or anything like that, it would be very strong. But on the other side, we do see that Sonya and we do see that Zeratul.
Looks like a very strong draft, in all honesty, from the side of Mina right now. How can SLAIX look to interrupt? Picking the Etna.
Ooh, Etna, that is kind of signaling a speed lead ban on potentially both sides.
Oh, not going for it. Some mind games coming in, so we are going to be having likely the Ciara speed lead coming in. We're going to go for an attack lead on the side of SLAIX. Yes, we are. This is it. Our SWC 2025 Open Qualifier France. Match 4 set 1 between SLAIX and Mina. Sonya, it's your time.
Sonya, where can you do the damage? Can you take out an Etna? Can you take out a Shiho? Who are you aiming for? We're going in. We're going to go for a 34k, taking out that Etna right away. And that is just the difference of the speed lead.
Difference of the speed lead. Getting in that stun right there as well. Immunity up, so Ciara's not going to be able to do anything.
Ciara's taking a little bit of an awkward turn. Would have been nicer if the Zeratul was higher on the speed and therefore taking it out. But now the big question is, where are we going to put the box? We're going to go for the Zeratul, but fully disconnects, and everything was resisted.
Yeah, that's not going to allow Irene to really have so much of an impact in this game, and that strip into the monkey is going to be annoying.
It's definitely going to be, but then the big question is where we're going to do damage. Actually, good damage from that Miying still. But the big question is, do we get slows? We don't get slows. Do we get stuns from this monkey? We're needing in stuns of wrong element. We do actually get the stuns, wrong element, all of the stuns that we need. But there's one turn away from that Sonya to take another turn.
Yeah, only one turn away to get that skill 2 back. But you can look to put a little threat state or going on yourself.
Let's see, Zeratul, can you immediately take that off? Actually, a full resistance as well. Could be a high resistance one over there. Can you take out that Ciara? Ooh, was trying to get a stun over there. Did not manage to get it, but we're taking out that Ciara. Skill 2, can you still connect it? I think it would do enough damage where you just simply take it out with a skill 2.
Let's find out. Is it Sonya proofed? No, it's not.
No, definitely not Sonya proofed, and SLAIX is sitting on the back foot with 1 unit lost in that very first turn to that Sonya. So in the end, Sonya still definitely does work, but it is a little bit of the gamble of the speed lead bans, because if the speed lead was on the side of SLAIX as well, I'm pretty sure that the Sonya wouldn't have done enough damage.
Yeah, and with all those additional dots over time, even a skill 2, it might not be enough in the end.
No, it's definitely not going to be enough. It was definitely disbeneficial for missing the full back on the Irene. But that is something that just sometimes does happen. But it's unfortunate. Would have been the match very different if that was not the case? I think it was still favorable for Mina because he took out that first unit right away.
Yeah, I said it looked like a strong draft on the side from Mina. Getting everything off, getting through that damage again. Zeratul showing how strong he is in this current Open Qualifier competition. Maybe he hasn't even lost a set yet.
So far, not yet, but let's see what we can do with that in the future matchup, because there's still a lot more matchups to come. Do we also get a trauma ban, as our colleague Evan would like to say it? Trauma ban? No, we actually have a double Gianna ban right now. That is the first time thus far.
Double Gianna ban coming out. I saw a little smile, at least on SLAIX's face right there when that came out. Coming in to this first pick right now, are you going to be looking to steal a speed lead? Are you going back to Fire Megumi, going for the Oliver?
Going for the Oliver. Well, in this case, we cannot say that whoever has the Gianna took the victory because there's no Gianna on the field, but we're definitely going to keep that in mind for future matches. Let's see what Mina does have to go against an Oliver. We have seen a lot of Megumis plus Shihos as an answer towards the Olivers. We also seen Sierra plus something else. In this case, it's the Sierra plus the Shiho.
Taking in another speed lead on the side of SLAIX then with that Fire Megumi, looking to try and get some interruption, and the Kavachi coming out as well.
Kovaci potentially for a lot of damage coming in the slot 4 and slot 5, because thus far the attack buff on an Oliver or a Megumi does not really add too much. Mina, what do you have as answer against those kind of units that you see on the opposing side of the field?
Exactly. Kavachi also bringing that immunity right there, not going to allow a Ciara to get any of the bombs off anytime soon, and an answer there from the Heigang and the Okeanos.
Yeah, let's see how much the Okeanos can do, because the Heigang definitely has to be paired up with another strip to do its full potential if you want to be aiming on that Okeanos. However, Okeanos is very all-round, but just the skill 2 as a setup is very strong too. But first, SLAIX, what do you have in your slot 4 and slot 5 to bring in the damage? We actually go for a very interesting pick, which does kind of work into where your enemy can take out one unit but not the next. But the big question that I see is if you go for... I'm not really sure if you can get away with that kind of draft right now, because the monkey has its own protection. You probably end up with glancing on you, and therefore your debuffs are not going to land that much. And Mina is taking his time for the draft right now, but I think that's the favorable draft. If Mina can pick up a good 5th, I think that is a pretty strong 5th. However, there is an option where the bans of the speed lead right now.
Yeah, let's see if we're going to be doing some TOA Helen right there with Bloodia and Asima. They're going to go through, band out the Kavachi, band out the Heigang right now. Can SLAIX get this off in time with enough good, yeah, I don't know, luck on his side almost going into this one? Match 4, set number 2, SLAIX versus Mina.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. Also, we have the Oliver moving in front of the Megumi. However, if you use the skill on anything else than the Megumi would have moved. But let's see. Also, the turn order is super awkward right now because Asima is moving in front of your enemy team and therefore removing its own immunity while not being able to do any bits of damage.
It seems like you're too fast for your own good there, SLAIX, in that one. You can look to get that strip onto the Bludger as well if necessary. Does get it.
Oh, with the additional turn. But I think in this case, the additional turn did not really add too much to it. Well, actually, did not really get anything. Additional turn, however, on this side, does it get it? Does get the stun, however.
Yeah, you've got that bag of Irene. Are you going to look to put it into that Bludger? Do you get it? You do.
Does actually get it. We did see a little bit of a resist popping up. It was one of the other things because the attack bar is absorbed and also it is in the bag right now. But the big thing is Asima already used the skill 3, so you could have actually waited with that, just do a skill 1 and wait for a later moment. Skill 2 is still available for that Asima, but it's probably not going to be enough.
Probably, isn't it? You can choose to even reset it if you want, instead going on the Oliver in case of any additional turns.
Stealing some of that immunity. Oh, actually they used the S2. The S3 is available, so therefore still doing a fair bit of damage. Bomb probably going on that Asima as well.
Yeah, you're going to have to get it and get rid of her through that bomb damage, just to not allow her to even keep cycling. Oh, risky.
Definitely a risky play over there. Also, while having glancing on an Asima, it managed to land about everything, which is definitely very beneficial for SLAIX. So let's see if that works out in the long run.
Exactly. You can put up this going even just for the skill 1, skill 2 coming. Skill
2 still coming up. Additional turn also coming up. Not too much damage on that skill 2. Definitely more of an additional damage focused unit right there. But the question is it going to be enough? Because you have the protection on the monkey, and the monkey does not really care about those things.
Big stun needed right now then, potentially onto that Okeanos. Oliver can maybe start controlling then.
Yeah, let's see. First, we need a stun. We do get the stun, but we also have a skill 3 coming in from that monkey. And I think that is one of those things that you just simply cannot handle with low attack bars and low HP bars that we see on the side of SLAIX right now.
Yeah, and Oliver was even reset right now, so only a skill 1 available. It's going to be an unbelievable comeback if SLAIX gets this.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those things that's going to be very hard, mainly because of that monkey. Like, one of those things you want to be using a double dot team setup the moment that you are fighting anything without immunity. Simply only having that monkey on immunity already makes that draft very hard to lock in 2 dot units in the slot 4 and the slot 5.
Yeah, definitely. And Okeanos can look to throw back across even that defense break to allow Monkey to come in and not quite clutch up, but no chance.
Yeah, we have a bomb, we have a dot, and we're sitting at 1 HP. Monkey will take that victory.
MINA 2-0 up against SLAIX. A little smirk and snigger right there, you know, understanding Asuma did her job, but a little bit too late.
Also, in this case, the next match that we have up, Gianna is not being able to be pre-banned by neither of the two players, so we will see a Gianna in play. Most likely. They could decide not to pick it, but then again, they probably will.
Yeah, of course. Of course you have to pick it. It's been winning the whole time, say, right now, but pre-ban's coming into this round. How are you going to be playing around that, knowing that a Gianna is coming in?
Well, it's also going to be the big question. Are you going to be first picking it, or are you going to be picking it a little bit later? Because if you don't first pick it, there's going to be speed leads on the other side that you might want to have.
Yeah, it's up to MINA. MINA's got the decision right now. Oliver isn't available as a speed lead within this set. Are you just going to be taking that Gianna, maybe throwing the Ciara across to your opponent at that point?
I saw MINA lock in very fast, also locking in his unit all the way on the left side, which is that Gianna. And yes, it is on the field. SLAIX actually going for a repeat of his game 1, where he was also going for that Megami and the Shio. Let's see if it does any better this time around. MINA was looking towards a unit such as Sierra, and then pairing it up with maybe a faster unit again.
Yep, going in. Ciara coming in with that hair gang. I think this is actually identical right now.
Yep, this is exactly the identical of this match 1. Let's see if SLAIX does learn from that match 1. Let's see if he has something else cooking up. Does go for an Okeanos. I'm not sure if that is a repeat as well. Let's see what he pairs it up with. Or is he going to go for another speed lead? Because the only other speed lead available is maybe not that strong. Going for an Irene.
Irene looking to try and interrupt, get one of the units off the field. MINA right here. I think we saw a Sonya in that last one, no?
I think the Sonya was actually in that second round, but I'm not 100% No, wait, it was actually in that first round. So let's see. Also, last time around, there was more of like a 0-2 kind of setup on the side of SLAIX. So definitely a bit of a different matchup. We actually have an NFL definitely taking one of those units that has been used a lot in the APAC region earlier this morning.
And partnering it up with a Chow. Is it Chow time, sir?
Good old Chow, but does it actually meet into the match? In this case, it would be Heigang ban and Athena ban because those are obvious by the place, but are those the right bans? I am not 100% sure.
I'm so happy. Speed leads coming in right now. It is SLAIX versus MINA in our set number 3. Is it Chow time?
Let's see if it is Chow time. Well, first we have the Shio moving into the Irene moving, and after that, I am not 100% sure who moves, but definitely not the Gianna because it is stunned.
Yep, you can look to try and eat away in the bag right now. Maybe even get rid of that Chow, I don't know.
Going for the... Ooh, once again, not connecting the bag. So you have to be resetting that Sierra right now. I think the option to go for an Annabelle in the back was the best option that he could have done. But in the end, it did not fully work out.
Yeah, you can look to use that mischievous trap. Threat state on yourself right now.
Let's see, can you actually go for the NFL? Because the NFL starts moving earlier than you. Also does not connect the stun right there. I think the Shio has to be doing some miracle works on that skill too right now, especially with an additional turn on a Sierra.
Chow coming in. How much is he going to be able to eat away some of the opponents right here, right now? No.
Missed a crit for 3.5k. Chow is the best unit in the game, guys. Everyone, no, I'm just kidding over here. Let's see what we can do on this Monkey over here. Monkey stunts, fair bit of stunts. We have some good rotations in here.
Yeah, we definitely do. With that Gianna, with the armor break on her right now as well. This skill 3 is going to do some good damage.
I'm going to call it out. Like, even if you have your Gianna on your side of the field, if you pick a Chow, your Gianna can still lose. So maybe that's the factor that we're looking at it right here. But the match is not just over yet.
Not quite yet right now, because Chow is waking up every single time. Crits.
And we go for the crits. Does do a crit, but not that much damage. Big question over here right now. Do you go for more damage on that Sierra to chip it away? I think a skill 3 might nearly take her out.
Yep, going in for it right there. Going in onto the Chow.
Interesting one to go for the Chow, because the stunts on the Chow don't really matter anything. Plus the Chow is still healing, and the Chow is definitely not the next target that you're going to be killing. So I think I would have rather seen that damage on the Sierra, because you would have been taking out that Sierra by now.
Yeah, but rewarded right there. SLAIX right now can look to confirm a kill, or maybe even get a stun over on that Ciara.
Ooh, well, the big question is right now, the Chow skill 2 does go through the invisibility. If we crit right now, we missed the crit again. The Chow is critting the one hit that you don't want to be critting. Also, Monkey not connecting the skills right now, but the Monkey should have been taking out that Sierra earlier because right now the Chao is just slowly healing up that HP, but we're landing bombs from that Sierra.
Oh, we're not landing bombs from that Sierra right now.
Apparently, we're not landing bombs from the Sierra, so that point is not there. Annabelle, can you go for some cycling on sleeps? No cycling on those sleeps neither.
No, she needs to be taking some turns because right now, Chao can even get eaten away.
Finally, the Irene does actually connect the skills over here, but I would say if we're looking purely at the RNG, both sides, it's been kind of going well. And also the one RNG factor that you have full control of is how much crit rate do your units have. That's the only RNG thing that's like, ooh, I missed the crits. Like, no. Ruin issue, get that 100 crit rate on those units that do always need to crit.
Oh, I kind of don't like that happened now, because now you have some real strength in your argument.
Yep. Normally it would be like, yeah, if you're like 70 crit, but you crit regardless, you don't really need it. But current case is like, it showed 2 misses and 2 very crucial misses because if the Chao critted both of those, Chao would have arguably been a good pick and would have actually potentially won the match. But in this case, Gianna loses because of the Chao on the field.
Well done to Slay, taking that point against Mina right there. I mean, Gianna, like we said, she's had her first defeat right now, but at least Chao helped her to get that defeat.
Yeah, Chao was the important factor in that defeat right now. Big question right now. We had a double pre-ban on Gianna. Slay has the first pick. He could decide not to pre-ban Gianna and therefore have Gianna in the first pick if Mina decides not to pre-ban that Gianna. So let's see if we go from a double pre-ban Gianna to no pre-ban Gianna at all.
Let's find out his mind games right now. How much is Slay scrolling to secure that unit? And it's going to be, okay, we've got a Gianna, but we've gone for a Haegang on the other side right there from Slay.
That Haegang definitely signals where he wanted to be picking Gianna in the first, because in the end, the strongest counter for the normal elemental units to a Gianna is still that Haegang. So in this case, could not go for it, but can go for countable units as that Kovaci.
Kovaci coming out right there. We didn't see her in that last time when she was picked during the draft phase. Mina looking to respond again with an Oliver and a Shihu.
Ooh, we also still see some Wind Twin Angels. We're also kind of known as the Wind Gianna out there, so let's see how much those can go for stunts.
Let's find out in this one. Okeanos being as a response to Mina right now. We're definitely setting the current SWC meta right now.
Yeah, 100% very meta units on both sides. Also, once again, the Kovaci has to be looking at some more damage in that slot 4 and 5 because the units on the field right now do not really enable attack buff that much. But we do have a Zeratul once again on the field, this time on the side of Mina.
Yeah, we've seen before damage dealers in the form of like Mi Ying coming out from the side of Slay right now. Not really liking it too much.
Yeah, I would like something along the likes of a Fire Monkey maybe, but it will have some issues against some of the units that are on the opposing side as well.
Let's find out. He's locked in an Etna right there. Can look to disrupt in that first turn as well right now. And another wind unit with Ciara.
I'm liking the Ciara in combination with the Kovaci, but in this case, could it something that be banned out? Also, Mina's just sitting on 1 speed lead, whereas Slay is sitting on 2 speed leads. Mina still has that 5th pick. Are you going to be locking in the speed lead? Because if you lock in the speed lead right now, you probably will lose that Shiho, and therefore you lose that first turn. So this last pick is going to be very important.
Let's see what he decides to go for right now. Then it's why he's gone for a Sonya.
Sonya, but that's an easy ban on the Oliver, and then I would see Slay either with the Athena take the first turn or Slay with the Kovaci take the first turn. So I think the Oliver pre-ban or like the Oliver post-ban on the side from Slay to Mina is a must.
Yeah, take away that speed lead. You've still got, like you said, 2 speed leads on the side of Slay right now to be able to deal with that. Wow, taking out the Etna then, and the Sonya being taken out instead, allowing both of them to have speed leads. Going into our quarterfinals, match 4, set number 4. Whoa, let's find out.
Oh, interesting one right there. Kovaci has the option to be stunned right now by that Shiho. So can he actually connect that? A lot of the Kovacis are 100 resistance. Does actually go for the Ciara and misses on the Ciara.
Doesn't manage to get a stun right now. And it means that Kovaci can look to boost up that whole team.
Boosting up the whole team, providing immunity later on by that Twin Angels. Is the Twin Angels actually moving in front of the Ciara? It is moving in the right turn order. We have a attack buff bomb. Can we do a lot of damage on this Zeratul or any else where you want to place it?
Yeah, look at this perfect speed tuning coming out then from Slayer right now. Lands that bomb. How much damage are we seeing?
30k bomb damage, nearly taking it out. There is the dot still on there. It does actually take it out by the dot, and we can actually go for a repeat of going for the Sierra bomb if you so please right now.
Yeah, you are going to take it out of immunity, but landing that bomb is maybe more important.
Bomb is very important, especially if it's sitting on the Shiho that's not having any skills available right now, such as that third skill to give any protection. So I think that Slay is sitting in the drive seat in this match right now.
Definitely is so much attack bar manipulation actually coming from the side of Slay with those Twin Angels, with the Kavachi, and the Megumi. If you don't target it, it's also going to eat up that.
Yeah, that's just one of those things that just does really work out for Slay in this matchup and does not really work out for Mina in this matchup. And it was interesting to see that the Shiho, well, it's a little bit of the gamble. Kovaci is most of the time on a high resistance build, so Shiho has a little bit more of a troublesome time landing that. However, if the Shiho managed to land a stun on the Sierra, we would have had a very different matchup. But that's definitely a 50-50 check right there.
This is maybe a moment of opportunity if that Okeanos stays alive, because there's going to be no immunity over on the side of Slay, but it's huge if he does it. Oh.
Ooh, we do get the stun over here, but we need to have a lot of damage coming back and forth to actually get anywhere. Also, the additional damage on this Okeanos does not feel that strong. I've definitely seen higher hits on Okeanos before.
Yeah, do you even have to just risk it and going into that Megumi right now? I mean, it's going to interrupt you.
Yep, does go for it. Actually gets glanced and gets resisted. So therefore, nothing is happening to that Megumi. And Megumi can start taking his own turns. And we're going for a full best of 5 once again.
Another best of 5. Ciara, land your bomb. Detonate that one. Hit for another 30k, 23k. Wow, 2-2. Is it? Are we getting a reverse sweep, say?
It's definitely an option right here. This time around, we do have the first pick going to the side of Mina. So could Slay be looking at a Gianna pre-ban this time around? Or are we going to see something completely different? But I definitely do like the matches where Slay does have that Kovaci.
Yeah, look at that. How the tables have turned right here. 2 wins apiece for Slay and Mina in our French Open qualifier for SWC 2025. Not all of these players are going to have a second chance at that Europe Cup either, say, and it's knockouts. So the moment you're out here, this is really the final countdown for one of these players.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's see what we can have on the side of Slay. Pre-ban on actually both of the 2 units that have been performing the best, the Gianna and the I forgot the name for just a second. The Kovaci.
We all have it. We all have it when we see these units right here. But I'm pretty sure we might see another Oliver coming out.
Oliver on the first pick, other side. Once again, going back to a Sierra and a Shiho.
Again, those meta kind of picks that are coming out in our current SWC right now. How is Mina going to look to respond? We've seen Okeanos in this spot. Is he going to try and change things up, though?
We have seen Okeanos, we've seen Josephines, we've seen Megumis. Those are pretty much the comfortable picks that we see this early on. But is it going to be... Yep, we're actually going to go back to a Hey Gang, whereas the Hey Gang is in this position only countering the Shiho.
It is at the moment how Slay going to look to respond in this situation right now. I mean, Irene is bringing out there. Maybe can look to disrupt as well, get one of the units off the field. Chow? No Chow. No Chow. No need for Chows over here. Fire Megami, or not the Fire Megami, the Fire Monkey. Very big fan. But let's see if Mina can go for double water in the final 2. Would it be strong enough to also take out the Sierra? Interestingly enough, we're going to have to see. Monkey Business is back on the table here for Slay going into this one. These are your last 2 picks, potentially, of the whole tournament right now, Mina. What are you going to decide? We've seen Sonya before, or going back to what he knows.
Going back to the Sonya right now. So that's definitely interesting right here, because Oliver is the only speed lead on the side of Mina. If Slay goes for double speed lead, I'm not sure what kind of speed lead you would actually like to pair with it. You could go for a Vanessa, but I think you might lack a little bit of damage if you go for that.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the 2 monkeys there for damage. Maybe you do, just like you said, lock in another speed lead right here. It's going to be interesting. There's still a Fire Megumi around, but Heigang on the field's going to be annoying.
Absolutely. It's going to go for a Juno, and I'm not too sure about the Juno if that's going to work out. I can see the potential, but he's definitely banning out that Sonya right here.
Sonya, is it going to be the ban on the side of Slay? They're taking the whole time on this. Remember, last 15 seconds potentially of this competition. Or are we going to be seeing something else? That speed lead?
Yeah, Mina's definitely taking his time on the ban over here, but you only have 5 seconds left to lock in that ban. Takes his hand up. What are we going to go for the ban over here? In the very last second, we're going to go for a ban on that Maewang.
Maewang and the Sonya, so we've got speed leads for both Slay and Mina. This is it, our SWC 2025 Open Qualifier last quarterfinal, set 5.
Let's see, Shiho, how much damage can you do? Because any of the damage on the other side is not going to be healed except for that Zeratul.
Yeah, going for the Oliver, knowing that there's immunity up on the field to the rest of the units, but does get it into there.
Does get it in there, but also the damage from the Juno was not that much. Juno's actually sitting on 2 debuffs, which is beneficial right now. Also, the Irene is probably on a violent Irene, because Swift Irene should have been faster than the enemy side, and that would have been very beneficial if SLAIX had that in this matchup.
Is he going to look to get the cool time into the Irene right now, or are you more scared of the bomb?
I think he would go for the Irene, does actually connect it on the Irene, and therefore the Zeratul does move after. Once again, if the Irene was a bit faster, taking out either the Okeanos or anything else, would have been a very different matchup.
Definitely would. And now Zeratul has got that immunity cycle coming through right now. He's going to be the problem.
Yep, that's definitely going to be a problem. But first, we have a problem that's called Fate of Destruction that's actually not connecting the bomb.
Ciara not helping out SLAIX right there. Juno's going to get a little bit of healing through.
Yeah, a little bit of healing, but is that going to be enough? How much damage are we looking at from this skill 1? Because at some point, 1.8k is definitely not cutting it. This is the moment where you would like to see Ciara's do like, or Juno's do like 2.3, 2.2s. That's maybe where you can take a victory in this matchup, but over here it's going to be very difficult.
Definitely, Oliver can look to just control some of the units on the team. Maybe you go back to Ciara, even the Irene.
But that Zeratul is going to be such an uphill battle. Even if you take out the Oliver right now, fighting the Zeratul that constantly keeps healing itself is going to be super difficult.
Definitely. Maybe you can even confirm a kill right now with the Oliver. Or just push back the Irene.
I think you go for a pushback on the Irene. You do have the Okeanos moving after, and you can do a lot of work with that. But additional turn on the Oliver probably seals the deal for MINA taking the victory in this first round.
Definitely. Oliver, can you look to clean up a bit more into that Shiho? Pushing back even more, get Zeratul back online.
Yeah, all she wrote is the Zeratul. The Zeratul is simply doing so much work. We have a Ciara potentially taking turn, but if you go for skill 1 into skill 1, it should be enough damage. Yep, definitely going to be enough damage right there, taking it out. And now it's just Zeratul against Juno, actually.
Yeah, exactly. You can just get rid of that monkey right now. Maybe even get an additional turn, go into that Irene.
Yeah, definitely an interesting pick right there with that Juno. If the Juno was a little bit stronger, I could have seen some potential of it. Sure, it's probably fighting a minus fire on that Oliver and therefore doing a little bit less damage, but it was just simply not adding enough to the table where it could have ever killed a Zeratul in the end.
Yeah, and with that full immunity and the hair gang on the field, any strip even from this Juno is just going to get cleansed out.
Yeah, it's going to be a very difficult match from here. I've seen Junos do some kind of solos, but in this case, you would definitely need a Vampire Juno. And yeah, it's going to be too difficult from here.
Definitely will be. Zeratul coming in with that skill 1. How much damage? And SLAIX concedes as MINA takes the 3-2 win in our last quarterfinal of the Open Qualifier in France. Again, another debutant taking a win.
Yep, one of those debutants doing very well. Also from the bottom side of the bracket, we guaranteed have a debutant in the final. But first, we're going to be looking at the top side, which has a very stacked matchup coming up.
Definitely will be. Let's relive these moments from our current quarterfinals. You can see there, 3-2 against SLAIX from MINA. Nearly a reverse sweep, but managing to put a hold on that in that final set number 5 for MINA. And he's taken through to the next round where he will be facing off against RUIWEN as well. So we have got 4 players going through into our semi-finals that will be coming up very soon. What a crazy start to today, say. Like, unbelievable. We've learned a lot about Gianna. We've learned a lot about Zeratul. We've learned a lot about a current meta that's forming in the SWC right now. Are you excited for the rest of what's to come?
I think you're forgetting one unit. We learned a lot about Chow.
No, I didn't forget. I just didn't want to mention it anymore, okay?
I always want to mention the Chow if it's losing. That's just one of those things. It's one of those units you really feel like it's supposed to do something. Well, then again, to be honest, if he did connect those 2 crits, I think he could have taken a W right there. But in the end, it's simply just not done that right there at that moment. But yeah, definitely, as you mentioned, the Zeratul is doing a lot of work. Gianna's doing a lot of work. Those are the units that we're going to look out for. Funny enough, on the next match, we have both Giannas on that side as well.
Yeah, Gianna. Famous by you, say, I would say that unit as well. We're seeing how useful it can be in this current meta right now as we're going through. Even Okeanos, yeah, playing a big role within this current meta of SWC.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those units that is here to stay. It is one of those units, the skill 3 is still a 3 stones or a 5 stones, which is a little bit of an RNG factor right there. But simply because of the chance of getting like 3, 4, or 5 stones, you have a lot of chance to also stun wrong element. And that's just so strong, especially with additional damage artifacts. You can do a lot and a lot of damage.
Yeah, you can see it. Confirmation, everybody, in front of you. Our semi-finalists are GUTSTHEBERSERK, MALIGNANT, RUIWEN, and MINA. They are vying for their chance to get through to that final where there is one ticket available for somebody to go all the way through to our World Finals, which will be happening in Paris, France on the 1st of November. Probably just in their backyard for most of these players, right?
Definitely could be, but then again, France is a really big country. It might be that they're all the way from the south or somewhere else.
Yeah, could be, but let's find out. Obviously, everybody should know as well, the heat of the battle is rising on Sky Island. The Summoners War and Tekken 8 collab begins soon. Make sure you pre-register for the collab and claim various rewards along the way. Check out the descriptions, wherever you can find them, about everything that is coming with that collab. How excited are you for it, Say?
Absolutely very excited. Actually, from all of the collabs we had so far with games, this is the game I played the most out of all of the other games. So definitely going to be interesting. But what's also interesting is coupon codes.
This time it's falling from the sky on us. Usually it comes out from the bottom like a little elevator. But above you, 20 SWC2025 begins 2. That's what you need to be inputting into the game. Have a look in Twitch chat. There should be a link over for you. If you're on an Android, go into the in-game coupon area. You can get yourself 500k mana and 100 crystals. Make sure you make the most of them. Get some more runs going on wherever it might be. Wow. We've still got more to come, Say. We've still got another 3 matches. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. But going back to that collab, would there be any unit that actually goes for the Tekken original 10-hit combo with additional damage artifacts? I would love to see that.
I don't know. We will see soon, though, because I think we're going to be going to a break, and we'll see you back very, very soon. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Summoners War World Arena Championship 2025, the Open Qualifier for France. Hopefully you enjoyed a nice little break. I obviously had a cup of tea, as I should have done. Say, are you excited for the rest of these matches that are coming up for today?
Absolutely, and I think the next match is the match that most people have been waiting for and could be granted as a final already. We have GUTSTHEBERSERK against Malignant. That's definitely going to be firework.
Definitely going to be fireworks, and like you said, Guts with that Gianna as well now. Is it going to be interesting that he's finally got a unit that can really prove beneficial in an SWC setting? Both of these players have been here before, various competitions, even if it's only the preliminaries or the actual cup itself. But again, winning this tournament today skips you straight through to those world finals, and it makes it a lot easier that you can kind of just rest for the next 2 months, right, sir?
Yeah, it's definitely one of those moments that the moment you actually have to play, the meta's probably completely shifted again because the collab units are adding into the table, more balanced patches have happened, so it's always interesting to see who makes it from here, how well they also do in the World Finals itself as well.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's either going to be GUTSTHEBERSERK, Malignant, RUIWEN, or MINA. One of those 4 players is going to be booking their ticket straight to the World Finals, bypassing everything else that's going to be happening in Europe this year. That's not the case for us, though. Say we've still got, after this, Europe preliminaries and a Europe Cup still to be dealing with. Potentially some of the players that even dropped out earlier in this competition. I think we'd have to check that a little bit later on, in all honesty. But here they are, GUTSTHEBERSERK and Malignant taking their seats at the stage right now. Say again, both of them are somewhat used to this situation. They've been here before. What are they going to be feeling going into this one?
Well, both of them are quite smiling. Also, Guts wanted to walk to the wrong chair. Malignant just points like, no, that's your chair over there. So let's see what the two gentlemen have, because the moment you walk in, it's always a little bit of the nerves, but they were walking in all smiling. The moment they sat down, smile was gone. Like, that's where we go serious mode. So once again, what do we see in this matchup over here? I think we're going to go back to the meta units we've seen with the Oliver, the Shiho, the Okeanos, but also to what extent comes in play the Gianna. Is it going to be a pre-ban? Is it going to be a first pick? Is it going to be locked in all the time when available? Or on the other side, we do have a Zinezek on the side of Malignant, which is definitely a hard denier for Gianna in the first place. So does that become a pre-ban potential as well? But then there's still Haking. So a lot of options to think of in this match.
Definitely is. Both of these players actually over the past 2 seasons have played each other a total of 4 times, and it's split 2 apiece so far. So this one is going to be interesting to see who can make the most out of that situation, 2 against 2. Who can get that final extra upper hand to get through to the final of this open qualifier for France. Looking very relaxed on the side of Guts.
Yeah, absolutely. You definitely see a little bit more tension on the side of Malignant, but Guts is just like, I'm here to just do my best, win or lose, let's just go for it. And he's definitely thinking about his matchup, but he's seeming a lot more relaxed than Malignant is at the moment. So let's see if that also translates towards the drafting phase.
Enjoying that gaming chair right there, losing himself into the sweet subtleties that will be coming from our matchup of GUTSTHEBERSERK versus Malignant. This is going to be an absolute cracker for us to commentate on. Ready to go berserk for the sweet sounds of Malignant FM? Okay, let's go. Come on, say.
Well, I think that point was even better for Dutch people out there, so I just want to give that one a lot of credits. We do see pre-bans on both speed leads, so Malignant has been showcasing a Gianna first pick before. Is that something he's gonna do right now? And is that something... Ooh, actually a Sierra first pick.
Sierra coming out, we're getting a different Water Twin Angels and that Gianna, and he gave a little eye look over across the Malignant then.
Yeah, absolutely, but we also do know this Yeon Hong is probably not outspeedable on the side of Guts, so do you work around it, where you're just gonna play something different? Layla, I'm actually loving that pick right there with a Misty. I'm liking the style of Guts a lot. If it's gonna work out, I'm not 100% sure yet, but thus far, I'm definitely liking the style. But then again, Malignant could go for something along the lines of a Sonya plus another speed lead in this potential.
Yeah, let's see if he's just going to try and snipe it out, or is he going to try and survive through some of these debuffs that are coming from the side of GUTSTHEBERSERK? Maybe a Juno, maybe a Veramos, or is it maybe too late?
Well, you could definitely go for something along the lines of a Juno. Fire Monkey definitely will be strong picks. Zaratube, also very strong. The Megami, I'm not too sure about the Megami though. Megami just enables the Yeonhong to move first, but besides that, I don't think Megami is the strongest on the field right here, because you could still go for a Maewang on the side of Guts, maybe ban out that Zeratul, and then try to figure out a bruiser match from there.
Let's see. Again, Guts the Berserk is usually cooking something for us in these types of competitions. We already see that Misty out on the field as well. It's not Special League anymore.
Ooh, that's definitely cooking a lot right there with a Kraka. Is it actually good in this matchup? I'm not too sure. So let's see if that actually does work out or not.
It's time to tell. Is it going to be respected and taken out, or are we going to see what Guts has been cooking with a cracker right on there? I mean, there's 2 speed leads for that Malignant. Are you just taking out the Yeonhong?
I think if you want to secure first pick, you have to take it out. But was already being locked out by the speed lead taken out on the side of Guts. So no matter if you locked out the Yeonhong, you would have not been taking it first turn. So my eyes are on the Kraken. Like, how much can she actually do?
Let's see. She's not going to be moving yet. We're going to get that Yeonhong. Are you looking just to even strip right now with your turn going next?
Yeah, you definitely want to go for the strips, but where do we place it? It's potentially a unit with 100 resistance, so definitely a bit of a gamble over there. Gianna also being locked out of her skill right now. Bomb not connecting. Once again, as mentioned, that is one of the most potential units to be 100% resistance. But that dot helping out quite a bit. We do see a fair bit of hits of those dot landing over here right now.
It is, but she is going to be able to take a turn as well. Layla coming through. How much damage can Misty already do? Gets a defense break as well.
Gets defense break. Got it very late, but rather late than never. Actually getting a fair amount of stuns.
Wow, so many stuns. Defense breaks coming in right now, and more damage.
There's a lot of damage coming in there, and I definitely don't think this is like all the victory of the Kraken as much as it is on the victory of the Layla. Layla's doing a lot of work. Once again with that Misty, at some point Malignant took like the first 4 or 5 turns, but now it's just Guts playing the game, and Malignant is waiting until the next match starts.
Yeah, look at this right now. What crazy tech coming through. Resisting on that Layla, and Guts the Berserk taking that first point against Malignant right there, say. Wow.
Very well played, but that was all on the Layla, all on the Misty. Those 2 units did do a lot. The Gianna was just there to tank like a reset. That's all she did. The Kraken was there for more cycle, but also the more cycle, more armor breaks, more stuns. Layla getting more turns because of that. And they're just doing a lot of work with that. And that is, I think, the downside also of this single target stripping, single target resetting kind of meta. The moment that you cannot reset everything and you have multiple targets that you actually have to take care of, you might be in a bad spot.
Yeah,
but once again, Gianna taking victory.
Exactly, you're spreading yourself maybe a little bit too thinly right there. Is he going to be laying low? Let's find out in this next one between Guts the Berserk and Malignant, and it's a massive respect ban right there.
I think, as Evan would like to call that, that's a trauma ban right there. It's like, no, that unit did way too much in the previous match. I'm just going to get rid of it. Let's see what we have right here, because I don't think Guts would be a player to first pick Gianna right away, and he's not going to do that.
No, he takes the speed lead of that Oliver, looking at it for setup in the future. But you can have this combination coming through against you.
Yep, going for that Heigang. Also, Guts is a owner of a Pader, so Pader is a good counter into Gianna as well. So he actually has to double up, but he leaves it for a later pick potentially.
Yeah, taking away that Okeanos can look to try and get some resets in there across on Malignant right now. I mean, it's tough.
Going for a Fire Monkey, definitely more on the Bruiser side. Are we actually going to use the units of Guts against Guts where you go all the way with a Fire Monkey and a Misty? Or is that something that Guts actually knows the answers to as well? Malignant, what are we pairing up? We could also go back to a Xenosax. Seems strong in this matchup too.
Let's find out. He's got that last second. He's going for the Water Twin Angels, taking away another speed lead option from the side of Guts the Berserk right now. You said there's that patter. Oh, Cracker coming out again.
I could see a world where he goes for Kraka plus Pader right now. I think both of those would kind of fit the current matchup that we're fighting. Does actually lock in both. There is a little bit of an issue though that the Twin Angels can potentially strip and boost up the Sierra to actually make it work. Volantis is definitely not really going to work over here. What you could potentially do is a Sonya, but the big question with the Sonya is what can you actually kill?
Yeah, how are you going to be able to snipe it out? I mean, at the moment, with that Heigang over there as well, all this immunity is going to allow turns. Zeratul is a single target damage dealer, though.
I definitely do like the Zeratul to pick over here, because in the end, the damage on the side of Guts is not that much. Especially if you take out the armor break from the Cracker. But then again, if you remove Cracker from the field, you have to fight that Heigang. And we're actually once again removing speed leads. Let's see if the Gianna can actually do something on the turn 1 right now.
Let's find out. It's Malignant versus Guts the Berserk in our match 1, set number 2. Currently 1-0 up right now. Gianna's
having a very awkward position. Probably just going to go for skill 1 because anything else does seem kind of wasted. Goes for skill 3, is hoping for a bad turn order rotation, which in this case did not happen.
No, and now you've got Cracker coming out. Can you look to get some of those strips? Defense breaks landing.
Oh. Defense break and a great stun on that Zeratul right away. No armor break on the Monkey, however. That's definitely something you would like to see at a certain point to take it out. We go for stuns, and that's a lot of damage. Wow.
That's so much damage coming out right now. And Cracker soon is going to be able to start cycling if you get... Ooh,
Zeratul has something to say about that, and that's definitely something that Zeratul likes to say about it, because in that case, there's no more armor break potential unless you strip first once again.
Nice, he got the strip for him right there. Monkey, big stun. Oh, take it out.
No big stun, but big additional turn. A little bit of healing. I think the healing is going to be enough, but I'm not 100% sure who takes that next turn right now. Because the moment the Kraken is taken out, the damage potential, 30k on an armor break. Even Malignant's eyes were like, whoa, wait, what is that damage from a Vader? 30k damage. That's absolutely insane. But the Zeratul is slightly bit too fast, but it misses due to the glancing. We have another round of armor breaks, and that armor break is going to sit on that Monkey, and it's going to do a lot of damage.
And you get an additional dot over there onto that Ciara. With a little bit more of a hit chip damage, it's going to be taken down. Wow.
Absolutely an insane amount of damage. Also, this Vader with the damage you did previously, S2 is a lot more damage than the S1. How much damage are we doing over here? 8k is not enough. Are you going to be able to stun the Monkey? Does not. Do we go for another skill 1? Both of them not connecting right now. I think that a Monkey can potentially solo this, but it's not easy, especially with the rune quality that Guts is showing over here.
Exactly, and getting that cool timing is going to prevent an S2 to get some more damage coming in. Pata, what?
Vader damage is so much, and that's just one of those things with Vader. You need it to be fast enough. You need it to be on crit rate. You need it to be on crit damage. You actually want the crit damage. You don't even care about the crit rate. Crit rate is what you should fix in the substats, but then being that fast is absolutely difficult to rune. But actually, one of the key facts that Guts always does very well, slower down all of your units by like 5 or 10 speed. So you can actually make perfect tunings of high damage, high surviving units over there. And that is what Guts been showing here on stage. These units are not necessarily crazy fast, but they're super efficient.
Yeah, he's managed to work this out so far. He's been playing very cleanly today, say.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's sitting on a 2-0 victory. He has 3 match points against the person that was voted the most. If we look at the numbers for the in-game event, I think like 90% of the people were voting for Malignant to win this all. Guts is sitting at 3 match points against that right now.
Yeah, 3 match points. He didn't lose a set even in that very first match in the quarterfinals either. Is he just going to tumble his way all the way to victory to Paris in that World Finals? Or has Malignant got something to say about that as we're going into these pre-bans?
Let's see, Vanessa on the pre-ban. Very interesting pre-ban, because that's not a unit that Guts has been using thus far. But it might be something that Malignant is planning to draft certain style that Vanessa would be the hard counter. So let's see if that is going to be the way that Malignant is going to be playing. Oliver for the first pick.
Oliver coming in right now. We saw a Water Twin Angels actually in this position last time as well, but we're changing it up.
Okeanos plus the Gianna, especially if the Xenosec is off the field, very strong picks, but we could see a Heigang on the side of Malignant right now. Is he going to go for that, or is he going to be looking more towards his LDs?
Let's find out right here. Malignant needs to change it up. Guts the Berserk is on an absolute steamroller right now in this competition. A Yonhong can look to prevent that, and the Zeratul.
Let's see what these 2 units can bring into. Once again, we have the Layla being available. Do we go once again back to that Kraken as well? Because we do have options for it. Ooh, actually going for Fire Monkey, a little bit of a bruiser switch up. Once again, on the side of Malignant, we have more of a single target snipe, single target pushback. And the units on the side of Guts actually work very well against that.
Yeah, and there's no speed lead either on the side of Guts the Berserk right now. If Malignant just wants to keep confirming, is he going to go down that route again of that single target strip or even damage? It's up to him to decide, but if he doesn't take anything out, he's not going to bruise his way through it.
Yeah, I definitely don't think that's... I like the... No, actually, I'm not sure if I like the Jogan. Jogan, I like it for the scroll trap, but I don't like it for the skill 3, because the skill 3, once again, works for no units on the field. If you had a Sierra as first pick, it would have been very nice. But we're going for Federica. Federica's always a gamble if you take enough speed from your Nemesis to actually take a turn, or is Malignant going to be too fast where it actually does not work?
Yeah, let's find out. It's going to be mind games again right here, say. Oliver being taken out and that Kiara being completely. I've done a U there.
Yeah, absolutely. That is a Federico on the field. Actually, I think we're going for a pause because maybe something was locked in what they didn't want to have locked in over there. So let's see if they go for the pause over there. For the draft-wise, Federica is always an interesting one, especially if you're playing against a speed lead and super fast units that we have seen on the side of Malignant. Even if you, especially if you go for a boost on a Yan Hong, your Federica has to take so much damage from Nemesis to actually take her turn and not just get cut by something else. So we have seen more Federicas on a Blade Will Nem, but in this case, if you want to make it work, you definitely have to go double Nem Will. But then the big question is, do you deal enough damage to actually take something out? In the end, we did see the ban on that Federica. I'm not sure if that is the pause for that reason that it was not actually intentional, but definitely a very interesting draft. But also what we have to keep in mind, if Malignant takes the W, Guts is still sitting at 3 match points, so we could go very far for the side of Guts. However, Malignant has to be stepping up his game, trying to get the victory over here.
Exactly. We're just in the dark as you guys. As soon as we hear some information of when we'll be going back to the game, we will let you know. But at the moment, it is an absolute thriller. 2-0 for GUTSTHEBERSERK against Malignant with this potentially 3 set points to take him all the way through to the final, like you were saying there. What a turnaround is going to be needed here. We didn't see a reverse sweep yet today. Is this the time?
Well, if Malignant wants to confirm all of the victories from the people that were in the prediction event, then yes, he has to go for the reverse sweep over there. Personally, for me, a little bit of a favorite over there. I did actually vote for Guts. It's a guildie. I gotta give the guildies credits, right? But also, I would say Guts is playing very well. He's very well prepared for those kind of tournaments. And we've seen it in previous matches as well, where we did know it's like, oh, the enemy likes to go for all kinds of like Athena plays, and he just goes for a Swift Raccoon. One of those things like no one actually thought of that. Swift Raccoon cleanses off a Robo, makes it move in previous years what he did. He always has something cooking, and also with the Cracker right now, it just worked out so well. The Layla thus far worked out so well that's even respect on the pre-ban. There's just so many things that Guts thinks of which actually work very well. And once again, as I mentioned, he's not one of the fastest players. He doesn't care to be the fastest player. All of us are just like speed chasing giants, dragons, whatever. We're just like, if it's not a quad roll in speed, we don't even want to keep it. Now, Guts is actually looking for those runes that go for 22, 23 speed and then have a full roll in HP or attack next to it. Those are the key things that he wants to look for. And those are actually very good.
Definitely looking for those efficiencies within the game. How can you maximize and optimize everything that you've got in your account, on your box, to make sure that it proves beneficial in competitions like this? Backing it up with some of that experience which is taken over the past few years in Europe Cups, in Europe preliminaries, it always helps along the way so that when you're in this situation, you're best prepared to take on even a fearsome opponent like that Malignant right there. We are going to be looking back at the bracket right now. We have got 2-0 as confirmation so far between GUTSTHEBERSERK and Malignant. We've still got another 2 matches anyway today as well, actually, so it's going to be interesting to see what is going to be happening in this one. I mean, just from that draft, what are we predicting? A 3-0?
I would say it was looking somewhat favorable on the side of Guts. It really does depend on like what skills connect at what moment. Laura can of course still do Laura things. We did see a Laura on the field, and if she goes for a bunch of skill 1 cycling in the sleeps, still very dangerous. I do know the runes of Malignant on that Laura are showing a lot of damage, whereas the side of Guts didn't have that much healing, but the only potential for like a bruiser setup was that Mayawang. But Mayawang is very strong, but it's not that strong against the defense buff. So defense buff slightly nerfed on the Laura side right now with having that less of turns. So it's definitely a matchup that I would almost say 50-50, but maybe a slight upper hand of Guts.
Let's find out. Hopefully soon we can jump back into that match and see what's going to be happening. I mean, we mentioned it earlier as well, saying maybe we've got a bit of time. That obviously the Tekken8 collab is coming very soon. How excited are you? I was a previous player before. I'm very excited.
Yeah, absolutely. Like if we do some theory crafting, like in the end, I don't know anything yet. So I can theory craft and I can guess all kinds of things on skills. We saw like the Huarang preview, which I hope I pronounced correct, Huarang. It's a lot of multi-hits. So I'm already thinking additional damage artifacts might be very potential. But also if you look at the skills of both Jin and Paul in game, those are ignore defense kind of skills. So that could be very interesting for nuking on like Siege. That could be very interesting for maybe shaking up the meta for Cleave kind of styles of draft. So I'm definitely seeing potentials for these units to be very potential. And always the big question is, who has the speed lead? Who has the speed awakening?
Exactly. I'm looking forward to making sure that I'm watching Seishizu's YouTube channel to see all of those as well, because I'm pretty sure there's going to be testing floating around on all of that channel. Make sure you guys are ready for it as well. Let us know in chat how you're feeling about that one as well. It's coming up very, very soon. I think it's 5 days, according to my memory from the asset that we saw earlier. Make sure you are prepared. Save those scrolls, save whatever you need, just ready for that summoning, and hopefully I'm with you. You can do it. You can get one. Don't hold that against me, though.
We roll for triple optimism over there in the rolls. Let's go for that. So, yeah, it's definitely one of those interesting collabs, which I think the units have, like, just by looking at Tekken 8, looking at Summoner's War, looking at the overlaps, the potential for units, I think, is very good. So, very curious to see what happens. But also, I'm more curious to see what happens in this matchup and who makes it all the way to the World Finals. Because in the end, we have this matchup, but then we also have the other side of the matchup. We have RUIWEN against MINA. And I think a lot of players might probably be like, okay, whoever wins from Guts against Malignant is going to be the winner in the end. Don't count out the other 2 players just yet, because as we said all the way at the start, most of the times the open qualifier was won by one of the underdogs, because the 2, like, let's say, favorite players took each other out in earlier rounds, and they did maybe not prepare that well against the other opponents just yet.
Exactly. It's all about the preparation for these kinds of matches. Obviously, the further you get into the competition, you can't prepare for every single possible combination of players and matches that might be happening, but at least you're prepped for those ones. And maybe that's the downfall. If you haven't prepped for one of those players that you were like, no way I'm going to be facing them potentially in the final, and all of a sudden they pop up in front of you on a stage in Paris saying, oh, hey friend, here's my Layla. What do you want to do about it? I mean, we've just had that situation right now.
Yeah, and then it's like, what do you want to do about it? I'll just pre-ban it. Like, ever thinking that Layla would be in the pre-ban? Sure, it's a very strong unit, especially with the current recent buffs where she gets more attack bar. She's actually showing more and more that she's a lot of value. But then again, you have good counters against that too. Wind Nobaras, we actually have not seen her yet as a counter today. And it's definitely one of those units that we had back in the days. We started actually all the way back in the days with a Miho. Was one of those units you always had to keep in mind. It's like, okay, whatever I draft, if I go full crit units, Miho will show up. Later, at some point, it was Kinkies. The moment that you draft in a certain way, nothing could kill Kinky. Kinky would always show up. Then we had Douglas doing pretty much the same thing. And now we have all of those. And we also have in the Wind Nobara. And we actually have a few others like Minato. Chow we're not going to mention. Like, that's one of those that cannot perform the solo. But yeah, there's always some of those units that you have to keep in mind. It's like, hey, if I draft this, this, and this right now, that one unit is going to be so key that I have to ban it out, or it's pretty much a guaranteed losing factor for me.
Exactly. I think you only missed one, which I would have said, and that is, of course, our dear friend, Leo. Probably one of the originals of, oh no, he might come in the draft. Oh no, my whole draft doesn't work.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those units. It's not necessarily a unit where it is a 1 against 4, whereas all of the units that I named was more looking at, like, they could have done a 1 against 4 at their given, like, prime time. Leo, definitely not the case, but Leo can definitely deny a full draft where, like, the whole draft just doesn't make any sense anymore.
Yeah, for sure. And it's all about working that out. How are you going to use that strategy? We've said it before, when you're on the stage in front of the bright lights, a lot of things can go through your head, through your mind. I think we've got plenty of players that are even actually in chat right now who were at previous SWCs, yourself as well as a player as well. It changes everything. I mean, you've got the whole week usually of like being in the place, or at least a couple of days, meeting everybody. You're speaking to like the people you're going to face off against. How friendly are you still going to be? How are you going to deal with it? And that's what they're dealing with now as we're going into the match there.
Ooh, we right away went into the match, and I think we went into the match with exactly the same bans that were locked in. The pre-bans were something at random, but they went for the exact same ban. Let's see what we have. Third skill from that Laura. How much damage are we looking at? Does manage to strip everything. Decent amount of damage, but not insane.
Yeah, so we did see as well then that Federica was banned out in the end, as it was followed through. Jogun taking this turn now, getting some attack buff up.
Ooh, big question right now, Zeratul. You're probably going to be aiming for taking out that Okeanos. Will definitely do it in current state. But now the big question is, can we go for the turnaround? No armor break connecting.
No, nothing right now, but Layla doing her job again.
Doing a job, but actually, ooh, does get a stun in the second round though. But yeah, you definitely have to be careful with that Zeratul. Also, we're one turn away. if we can land a debuff from this, if the Monkey lands a debuff, does not manage to land a debuff. If that actually landed the debuff as well, I think Layla would have had enough bar to actually go for the skills, but we have the additional turn on that Zeratul. We do also have Gianna getting out the scroll anytime soon, but I think it might be a little too late, even if you go for a bomb and you go for a skill 3.
I mean, we've seen Gianna do crazy things so far in this tournament. Gets the stuns right there, and Layla's going to come through.
Ooh, Layla coming through is actually huge because that's AoE slow. So many turns coming in. Monkey is in the driving seat right now. Also, he decided not to use the bomb because he wants to use the bomb on that Zeratul. He knows Zeratul is the key important factor, and he still has that available right now. Monkey, can we go for stuns? Does get stuns. Oh. The stun actually connected the Layla. Once again, the extra attack bar is working so much. The 1 HP Layla is just working so well. And Laura has to do a lot of work to actually make it work back right now for the side of Malignant.
Gets that skill 2, can now confirm the kill on the Layla. Slow on the Monkey, but additional turns from Gianna are hopefully going to help Guts.
Yeah, definitely going to be helping Guts. Additional turn on that side as well. Not taking out any units. We have the scroll trap, but Malignant actually does concede, and therefore we have the victory for Guts. And he was like, this match was way too close for comfort. But in the end, we take the W on the side of Guts.
Wow. Guts coming in clutch there against Malignant. He's currently not lost a single set in this competition so far, say. Is that down to preparation, or is it just down to, I don't know, cleanest play that I've seen in a competition so far?
I think he played very clean. I think the preparation was good, but also the way he executed things, very good. Also just seeing like, okay, I could have dropped this Gianna skill 2 right now, but no, let me wait on that. The main target that I have to take out, then it's going to be difficult for the Meo Wang to 1v1 because a Zeratul can definitely 1v1 a Meo Wang. Just now it's like, okay, my winning chance is also dropping the bomb on the Zeratul. I'm just gonna wait with it. I'm just gonna let it run and just see what it goes from there. But also that Layla, the root quality on that, 1 HP, taking so many turns, but also just the simple stun of a Monkey, giving Layla the bar. Taking AoE slows helping out so much for cycling more turns where the Monkey can actually take that W.
Yeah, I think it's just crazy right now. You've got that unit there, like the Layla, like the Sonzang Lao as well being used right now to kind of block those effects from, you know, taking place. It's just so strong when it actually lands, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's definitely one of those units. It was already picked up quite a bit in G3 RTA. I think it's sitting at about like a 10% pick rate. But after this tournament, I definitely do think it's going to be locked in a little bit more as the face of Guts is over there. He had every facial expression. He had the smiles. He had the like, oof, I don't know what's going on over here. Especially at that final match, he was like, oh, there was just so many things. Also, that Zeratul in this time around did not want to perform as well. Did take the additional turn to almost take out that Layla, but in the end, it did not work.
No, look at there. You can see the relief of managing to get through to the final and the despair coming in from Malignant right there. A nice shake of hands, though, as these guys have managed to play through, and Guts the Berserk finds himself in our final of the Open Qualifier for France. Maybe Malignant we might see at the Europe Cup. I'm not 100% sure on the exact rankings right now, but it might be the case. But looking forward to that next match, say, we've got RUIWEN and MINA.
Yeah, definitely a very interesting matchup right there as well. Actually, matchups that both players came from a best of 5. So far, every match that Guts has been in is like the 3-0. All the way best of 5s was everywhere on the other side. So it's going to be interesting to see if this is going to be more of a best of 5. And then is Guts going to go for a 9-0 today? Because a full-on victory, the only player that I remember doing that in a knockout tournament was FULLNATTY. And then we're talking 2021. That's been a long time.
Definitely a long time. Enough time to see if it can happen again. Records are there to be broken, and let's find out if Guts can do that. But before we get there, look at that next match. MINA versus RUIWEN. Again, guaranteed a debutant. This is crazy. Let's be honest. One of these debutants doesn't have to go through any of that Europe Cup and could find themselves already in the World Finals after 3 matches, say.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's see how far they can make it, because I would say slight upper hand to MINA in this case, because he does have a higher ranked finish. Also, is letting someone hand for like no handshake. I'm too busy with the headset over here. it's the heat of the moment. It's like the full-on zoned out, and RUIWEN is still checking. It's like, no, handshake. No, okay, then I'm gonna put up my headset as well. Never mind, we're just gonna play as it is. But it's just one of those things. MINA is super zoned in, and that's actually a very good thing for the game as well, where RUIWEN is more just like having the enjoyment of being on the tournament. Can also be more of a relaxing factor where you stress less. So let's see what the two gentlemen play with this matchup, because they have seen each other's match, but I think outside of that, they don't know too much about each other's playstyle.
They might do. In total, they've played each other 4 times over the past 2 seasons. Again, another 2-2. So split evens. We don't know who's going to be taking out the other opponent during this one right here. We've seen again the importance of Oliver coming in for all of the other units that these guys are using, but this is a crazy situation. You are 1 match away from being in the finals to potentially be at the World Finals. Yeah, I'd take a deep breath as well, Mina, there, to be honest. Super interesting to see. Let's look to get into this one. Our semi-finals, match 2, set 1 between RUIWEN and MINA. Hey, wait a minute. Somebody's debut dreams are going to be ruined in this one. But who will it be? RUIWEN versus MINA in our semi-finals, match 2, set 1.
Now let's see what we have for the pre-events. We are respecting once again a Gianna, but on the other side we're respecting a Megami. So definitely a playstyle that enables more of an AoE CC kind of style. So MINA does have a Bunsa, and Bunsa is super hard countered by that Megami. So could be more of a playstyle that MINA wants to be picking up over here. We have seen RUIWEN more going for a turn 2-ish kind of style. Does have that 0-2 in there, but let's see what he goes for.
Oh, we're going in with the Water Twin Angels and the She-Hulk. Pretty water heavy going in against an Oliver right there, who can surely get some control in.
Yep, definitely one of those drafts that it's more picking up comfortable, good meta units rather than countering the elements itself at the moment. Let's see what we have. Well, that is also a very meta right there with an Okeanos and a early Heigang.
Yep, they're coming in hot right now. RUIWEN has got that 3rd and 4th pick to see how he's going to deal with the units on the side of MINA. Asher coming in.
Asher to counter some of the Oliver that's on the side of the field over there right now. But is it the strongest counter? I'm not too sure. It's more of just a meta pick that's good overall in basics, but it's not necessarily super hard countering anything on the field.
Here we go, that 4th pick. Oh, we've got another water unit coming in with Josephine. Maybe just for everyone in chat as well, I've just been got the news that it was just a lag spike in that last match between GUTSTHEBERSERK and Malignant. They couldn't choose their leader skill, so that's why it was reset and chosen again. There we go, say.
Absolutely. Well, on the other side, we do see a Bayek, but then the Wind one, which is a very strong lineup against the units of RUIWEN. And this is also a setup where a Layla would be pretty interesting. But maybe you go for more of a support like a Brakuni. No, actually we're going for a Twin Angels on the Wind side.
Wow, double Wind coming in. I mean, it's such a water dominant draft right now on the side of RUIWEN. Surely you can't go another one. Chow?
No, definitely no Chow. I'm looking more along the lines of a... Layla's interesting as well. I was more thinking along the lines of a Juno, or maybe even a Douglas, or maybe something along the lines of a Maewang. Those would be really strong picks in the 5th over there. The Layla into a Heigang, I'm not too sure, because it's kind of showing that you probably want to be banning that Heigang.
Let's find out. The band's coming in. Layla taking out, and that Heigang as well right there. We've got speed leads for both RUIWEN and MINA in our semi-finals, match 2, set number 1. Let's go.
Let's see what we have on this Shio. Are we going to go connect on the Okeanos, or are we going to go for something wrong element? We're going wrong element, and we do actually manage to stand out that Oliver.
Here we go. Twin Angels are going to be coming in, boost up, and maybe get a defense break on that Okeanos.
Okeanos with defense break. No, we're trying wrong element. Defense breaks altogether. We're definitely splitting off the damage, because in this case, if you could potentially kill the Okeanos, I would say skill 3 is a good potential. If you go for skill 3 right now, it's a little bit awkward. So you go for sand control, but it's a little bit more of a chance to land your sand control if it's already stripped. But if it's the right decision, I'm not too sure. But with this additional turn, how much damage can we do on that 3rd skill?
And when does the defense break land? Pretty early.
Ooh, early defense break. I think it was on the 2nd or 3rd hit right there. So that's definitely a lot of damage. Okeanos, are we going to go for the reset on... Ooh, we're trying reset, but we're trying for a target that had 2 buffs already. So definitely a little bit harder to land that reset right there. If you go for Rain of Stones right now, Josephine will take that turn and take a shield.
There we go, Josephine coming in right now. Are you going to try and provoke into that Shahat? No, oh, going for the kill, but can get it.
That's an interesting choice for killing over there, because your skill 1 is a guaranteed crit. Your skill 2 is not a guaranteed crit, so killing an Oliver with that is definitely a little bit more difficult. Of course, it makes sense to try to get your counter up, but a skill 1 would have been the guaranteed kill.
Let's go in. Are you going to be going just into that Okeanos? Obviously, hit out. Yeah, so just more damage into the Wind Twin Angels.
Yeah, definitely, I would say somewhat interesting playstyle of like where the skills are being placed. But in the end, hey, if it's working. So counter also working over there, 2-turn. But also, once again, hitting the stun on the unit that's already provoked. It's better to kind of spread out the stuns, but he's spreading out the damage, but he's not really spreading out the stuns at the moment.
No, he isn't. Maybe this one can get some stuns going through. One.
Ooh, does get 1 stun. Are we gonna get more control with the sand control over here? Does get another round of 2-turn silence, which is very strong from that Azure.
Definitely is. I mean, it's just preventing any attack bar boost coming through. That Monkey can look to finish something off.
Do we go for the finish, or do we actually go for the Okeanos? No, once again, it's the damage is really being spread out, but the CC is actually kind of locking on units that is already CC'd, which is an interesting style. But thus far, once again, it's working very well. I think we're also very close to the Azure getting the skills back up. Does have the skill on that third skill right now. It's going to be healing on that Shiho and taking out a unit.
Here we go. Look at that. Boom, banging in. Those 5k hits coming through right there. And 2 units against 4. It's not looking good for Mina. Maybe a handshake was needed.
Maybe the handshake was needed, but in this case, we definitely have the favorable matchup for RUIWEN. However, next match, we have to keep in mind, Gianna cannot be pre-banned, and we have seen that the matches with Mina and having Gianna were a lot more favorable.
Definitely were. And Okeanos versus the world right now. Maybe Mina taking the time to think of how he's going to conjure up at Gianna to get the win.
Yeah, definitely has to be looking at Gianna. But also, once again, we do see it where Oliver was in the draft of the losing side. So Oliver is actually maybe one of those factors that is not doing that well. Or maybe it's the meta that is actually giving the second player more chance of locking in 2 meta units, whereas rather than locking in 1 meta unit.
Let's find out. It's almost like he's banging along to some music there. RUIWEN, as he was listening, almost like watching the opponent Mina over the other side of the table, as he's currently 1-0 up in this match. Set 1, win, lose. Here we go. Gianna, what's she gonna do?
Gianna is available. I'm also pretty sure that RUIWEN does not have a Gianna. We have a Zeratul on the pre-ban. We also have a Josephine on the pre-ban. So that's already trying to counter that Gianna potential counters. Most of the time you do see it on the Hagang, but in current meta, Josephine is also definitely potential for the pre-ban.
Here we go then. Let's find out. First pick coming in, we saw Oliver coming through.
Oliver coming through on the other side. Are we going to see a Megaby Gianna, Sierra Gianna, or anything of the likes of that? Or is he going to leave Gianna more for a slot 3, slot 4, or slot 5?
Water Twin Angels then stealing a speed lead that RUIWEN was using in that last matchup. And we've got the Okeanos coming out. Shihu quickly responded.
Quickly responded with the Shield and the Azure. Once again, 2 very strong units. Does go for the Gianna. Does he go for a Gianna plus a Hagang combination? Because if you leave the Hagang open, you're going to see it on your enemy side. So you have to pick a unit that can deal with that. But currently, RUIWEN is sitting at a very strong meta draft. Like, if we're excluding the Okeanos, I think that these 3 units are pretty much one of the most meta. We do actually see the Hagang going to the side of Mina.
Yep, Hagang, Gianna coming out to play. RUIWEN right here. Who is he going to be looking to use to counter? Maybe there. If you don't know how to counter, maybe it's signaling already. He has to get rid of that Gianna.
Well, there's a few options you could go for. Like, if you go for Juno right now, all of the units on the side of Mina do kind of struggle into a Gianna, or at least or into a Juno. Juno could have like a favorable matchup of a 1 against 4, but is that something that he wants to go for? No, he actually goes for a speed game, and we're going back to that Barbara that he also showed in his first match.
Barbara coming out to play. How speedy can she be on her beast against Mina here? Last pick right now.
Yeah, this last pick is definitely an interesting one coming in. I would almost say Diana and ban on the Azure feels pretty interesting, because then a lot of the focus from RUIWEN has to go onto that Diana. I'm not too sure about the Sonya, because in the end you only have 1 speed, whereas your enemy has 2 speed leads and 2 speedy units in the first place. So if the speed lead is gone on the side of Mina, I don't think that Sonya would ever take a turn.
Let's find out. It's the mind games coming in from RUIWEN right now. Is he going to be taking out that speed lead? Are you going to try and take another high airspeed unit from RUIWEN with that Shiho, but still a Barbara. Barbara taken out, as long as the Twin Angels as well. Speed lead coming in for RUIWEN against the attack lead of MINA. It's our semi-finals, match 2, set 2, between RUIWEN and MINA, say.
Do we have will runes? We do not have will runes on the Sonya. You kind of have to send it on Sonya. Does send it on Sonya, does not connect the stun, however. Let's see how much damage a Sonya can do right now. Quite slightly nerfed. 37k does actually survive, and because of that surviving, the Desert Predator will heal her up for a little bit.
Yeah, managing to now get rid of that Sonya. You can see the nerf coming into effect. There's immunity, though, on the side of MINA, so Oliver's not going to be able to pop off right now.
Yeah, it's definitely 2 awkward turns for the side of RUIWEN right now with the full immunity. In the end, all eyes are on the Okeanos and the Gianna. Heigang is kind of there just to, well, maybe have a little bit of stunts, but it's more there for the skill 1 pushbacks because Gianna and Okeanos have to permanently stunning everything.
They are, and look right now, you can look to land a bomb, maybe even on that Oliver. Get through again. You don't even need skill 3.
Yep. Ooh, the double resist not even being the best dodder in game at the moment, because even that part was resisted, but still we have the cycling from that Gianna taking that additional turn.
She is now. Are you looking to reset? You get it into that monkey right now. Oliver back online.
Oliver back online. If that bomb actually connected, we would have had a stunned Oliver at that moment, but we're not looking at a stunned Oliver. We're looking at a full attack bar Oliver.
Is he going to stun though? Can Heigang? Not this time.
Not this time. So I was gonna say MINA actually looked pretty okay with the Gianna and the Okeanos, but that's just the moment where you have your skills up and you're seeing everything stunned. The moment that anything takes that additional turn, it's going to be very difficult because of that Oliver.
Yeah, Oliver, do you go again onto the Okeanos? Yeah, but you don't get the attack bar.
Doesn't get the attack bar, but you don't need the attack bar if you take that additional turn. Also, big question is, how far are you from the skills on that Bayek? Because the moment the Bayek goes for skill 3, it is a lot of damage, it's a lot of healings, but that's 2 turns away.
Yeah, but you can get that silence out, even though there's no skills anyway, right?
Yep, no skills. Good damage on that skill 1, but I think it's going to be taking a little bit too much time for the Okeanos to actually get skills up because of that Oliver. How much damage? We're actually taking a stun on a Heigang.
Getting the attack bar. Do you go back into the Okeanos and chance it? Or maybe yes and gets it?
Well, he gets it, but he got the other half this time. So after this turn of the S2, actually he's going to be sitting at a super long cooldown right now. Because if the Oliver misses the S3, he's going to have 1 turn off. If he misses the S3 and the S2 in a row, he's going to have multiple turns off right now. He's not going to be using his 3rd skill for another 3 turns.
He isn't, but Ashur, I think, has skill 3 available, can look to heal him up and get him nice and healthy.
Nice and healthy, and also this monkey follows up with an all or nothing and taking all in this case for double stuns.
There you go. RUIWEN taking it 2nd set against MINA right here. I mean, that handshake, I would have just done it.
Yeah, maybe it's the handshake, maybe it's not, but Mina's definitely considering, it's like, okay, where did it go wrong? He did have the Gianna in there. Next match, he's not gonna have that Gianna neither, so it's more of a difficult match where he still has to try to plow his way through to actually get a reverse sweep.
Yeah, it looked like he was holding back a smile a little bit there, RUIWEN. I mean, confidence is good, but we haven't seen a reverse sweep yet, but anything is possible inside an SWC. RUIWEN currently sitting 2-0 against MINA. He, like we said earlier, could be in the finals today, and that's probably the closest anyone can ever get to an SWC without having to go to a Europe Cup.
Absolutely. So let's see what they can do for this draft. Are we going to go back towards a different style? This is also the moment where we did actually see an Oliver win. So a lot of options are up for grab over here in this pre-ban. Gianna, definitely a good potential for the pre-ban. But then again, he did just win a match against Gianna as well.
He definitely did. Right now, these pre-bans coming in. I mean, that first set was so water dominant as well on the draft of RUIWEN right there. Surely MINA has to be keeping it in his mind. He also knows that if he brings a Sonya to the field, it might not be able to snipe something out. How do you react?
Yeah, that Sonya not taking out the unit is just definitely noticing on that nerf that she had over there. Because normally, even without the speed lead, you would have been taking out Sierras. But in this case, simply did not do it. Gianna for the ban, and we have Heigang for the ban on the other side.
First pick going to MINA then right here. Are you going to just lock in an Oliver? And I think last time there was a response of some Water Twin Angels, but is it going to be a repeat of that set 1?
Let's see. I think Oliver is definitely, if we see a fast lock-in, most of the time it is that Oliver. On the other side, do we go for a repeat of that first draft? We had double water. We go back for double water.
Double water right here. He knew that more water was coming out in that first set. Does mean I need to lock in some sort of a wind unit. I know it's not meta right now, but even a cigar or something?
Well, Cigar, I think, is one of those units because the current meta is that deep in your rune box that at some point you just kind of run out of runes to also have a good Cigar being runed up. So that's a difficult one right there. What could be something which I think has potential against these units is a Diana. But is that one of those things that you actually tested? However, he's actually going to go for a steal on that Assure rather than having like for a good matchup of what is currently on the field. Just simply trying to take it out because he was doing very well on the side of Ruin.
Exactly. In those last sets, it was just adding to some sustain for Ruin. Whenever it popped off and managed to get that skill 3, it could, for example, rehype up that Oliver, getting back online, get some more control going out. Looking in that Okeanos right now to maybe get some cool times, and an Irene, again, water dominant.
Super water dominant right there. So, and this is the case where you would like to see something like a water or a wind Juno. But thinking about a wind Juno, there's not too many units that actually fit that right there. Unit that is potentially pretty strong is a Misty, but there we go for that Diana.
Yeah, Diana coming in. I mean, if you're seeing all of those water units right now, I mean, strategy would say you need some sort of fire damage.
That's what strategy would say, but is that something that you also would need? In this case, I would see a potential Sonya in the 5th ban out that Oliver. I think a Sonya can definitely take out a Misty in one hit. Maybe also take out a Josephine. So I do see some potentials for Sonya right here. And Room also did show that he's a Sonya player.
Oh, we're getting an Ella coming out then onto the field right now. Is it a simple ban?
I'm not too sure about the Ella, but I definitely do think on the other side you have to be banning out that Oliver, because the moment Oliver goes on free reign of all of the skills, it will be very difficult. But we're actually respecting that Diana.
Yeah, scared of that Diana right there. We've got the speed leads from both Ruin and Mina in our semi-finals. Match 2, set 3. 3 set points for Ruin.
Now let's see what we can do with this Jiho. Can we connect most likely on that bike? Is he going to go for the bike, or does he try? I am not sure about that. Okay, is it a choice to not trigger the Josephine? But you end up yourself without any immunity, which is always dangerous.
Let's find out. We can reset here. Maybe you're going onto the Oliver and trying to put the bag on Josephine?
Yeah, I definitely do think that that is the rotation, but you could lose your own monkey just simply to a Misty skill 2 into a Bayek skill. So I'm not 100% sure about that, because you have to... Okay, also puts that in the back right now. Did miss half of that, but... Now you're gonna have the issue. If you go hard on the monkey, monkey might never take a turn again.
Yeah, I think he's hoping that Irene can get a turn before to get some threat state out.
Yeah, it's definitely an option right there, but we do have the Josephine coming in with the skill 2 right now, so that's a 2-turn provoke at this moment. So is he gonna connect it on the monkey? Does connect it on the monkey, does get the additional turn, which is very beneficial for taking out that Okeanos.
Yep, he can look to get a stun right here. I mean, Water Twin Angels would be taking that next turn if he lets them, but he's not.
Ooh, can't have that right there, but we do have the Misty skill 2. Do we get an armor break? We got an armor break very late.
Yeah, and I don't think it will be enough on that skill 1 right now, but you can't go for the stuns.
Well, you could go for the stuns, but the only stun you would actually connect is the Oliver right now, which is just simply not going to help you that much.
Yeah, you're trying to get this mischievous trap on yourself. That skill 3 is still going to come in and get some healing, though.
Yep, the healing is definitely beneficial, and that's also one of those moments. Actually does go for a unit that potentially, if you were to land it, you would have had an armor break on yourself.
Yeah, interesting decision. Obviously, not to Josephine not confirming the kill, though, eh? Well, in some way, yes.
Yeah, in some way it was confirming the kill, but it was definitely not in the way that I expected as well. Josephine taking the additional turn, so definitely Mina is sitting in driver's seat at the moment.
Yeah, you can see. He managed to get that through right there. Some of this damage now. Oliver slowly getting back online now.
Yeah, and the moment the Oliver is online, it will help you a lot to cycle through all of those skills. Make sure the enemy doesn't take that many skills. Once again, additional turn on that bike. There's Predator healing itself for 12.2k. So much healing coming in. No armor break, still taking out the opposing side.
No armor break even needed right there. And to be honest, 2 of these water units against an Oliver is nightmare territory.
Absolutely, that's just simply not going to work out. Oliver is just like steamrolling all of the skills over here. Nothing is going to happen to this draft, and once again, we go for a match further where MINA does have a Gianna once again. So let's see if that's going to be a more important factor. Last time around, did lose with it. This time around, actually one of the key factors might be stealing that Azure.
Could be. I mean, it did so much damage, right? It was the form of sustain, and it confirms that set win for MINA right now. Are the tables going to be turning? Are we going to be seeing a reverse sweep here? RUIWEN obviously won't be wanting that, but MINA, again, learning from those first 2 sets, seeing what was working for RUIWEN, you steal the monster, how do you respond?
Yeah, let's see. Or does RUIWEN actually lock it in any earlier? So last time around, we had the ban on the Heigang and on the Gianna. Those 2 cannot be pre-banned in their own respect. Let's see what we have then again, because we also did see 0-2 bans, but actually not too much 0-2 in play from the side of MINA thus far.
Definitely not. So Gianna and Heigang are back on the field for our guys in this one right now. It's going to be interesting to see if they can make the change. RUIWEN versus MINA here. Again, I keep saying it, but 2 debutants, potentially 2 matches away from being in the world finals of the Summoners War World Arena Championship. Absolutely mental as Shiho and that Zeratul is banned.
Once again, respecting that Shiho doing so much damage and so much work. Big question right now. First pick on the side of RUIWEN. Do we go back to an Oliver or do we actually shake things up?
Get that Oliver in my draft.
Absolutely one of those units that does very well. Then on the side of MINA, what are we going to go for? Because there are options for speed leads, but in the end, Gianna and Oliver are probably the best, strongest pair right there. So he's definitely thinking about this draft right now. Does he already want to go for some kind of steal? Especially if the Shio is not on the field. I wouldn't be against picking up the Wind Twin Angels with an Azure right away, but actually opts to go for that Okeanos. So we probably have that Azure going back to the side of RUIWEN.
Yeah, do you take it now already in this the 2nd and 3rd pick, since it will be a potential 3rd pick for MINA if it isn't taken out right now? A lot of time thought on this one.
Yeah, definitely taking a bit of time on this one, whereas most of the time his slot 2 and slot 3 were locked in a little bit faster. Goes for Sierra. Interesting to go for double speed lead lock in right there, but still goes back to that Azure, also known as the Fire Bayek.
Here we go. It's going in. Asher, that healing that came through to sustain. Ciara coming in with a bomb potentially. There's no strippers really apart from that Asher though.
Well, there's a lot of options for the slot 4 and the slot 5 just yet to come in. However, the Shiho that definitely a lot of players do like to pick up is not available right now. We do go for a Gianna. Do we go for Gianna Heigang combination? Yep, we do go for Gianna Heigang combination, which might lead into the draft on the side of MINA not having that much damage. I could see 2 Bruiser units on the side of RUIWEN, or maybe even go for Sonya. It's a little bit more tricky, but if you go 2 Bruiser units on the side of RUIWEN right now, I think you can Bruiser it out against the units on the side of MINA, especially with units such as, for example, a Mei, but we're not going to have that right here. We're going in for a lot of damage with a Barbara and that Sonya.
Coming in, sniping that single target damage going through right now. How are you going to be able to compete it on the side of MINA right here?
It's going to be an interesting one. You would almost say it's like, go for Leo, but Leo definitely does not really work as well. Plus, potentially you're going to lose your speed lead, so the Sonya can still do a lot of work. Could go for Twin Angels on Wind. I'm not too sure about that. Maybe it could be the Sonya counter still because of having too much defense.
Maybe. I mean, it's time will tell in this one. Potentially the last set, if RUIWEN can get that win against MINA right here to take it 3-1. Or like we said, reverse sweep. Is it on here for MINA? These moments are being banned out. We've got the Sonya, we've got the Heigang, so we're taking speed leads for both RUIWEN and MINA into our semi-finals. Match 2, set number 4 between these guys.
Ooh, first turn does belong to the Barbara, but can you do enough? Because we have a lot of single target strip potential with 2 units, follow up on 2 units as well. But this is definitely one of those matchups you want to be stripping and CCing a lot more than just 2 units.
Exactly. Is he going to look for that skill 2? Maybe even try and take out a Gianna, but it seems pretty heavy to do so.
Goes for skill 2. Big issue is doing that skill 2 on an Okeanos. Ooh, missing both of the skills on the Oliver. You don't like to see it. At least we land the bomb. But the big issue we have right now, you can actually return that skill from the Okeanos, or you can return the silence from the Okeanos towards your enemy.
Definitely can. It's going to prevent a little bit going through now. Gets the stun on the Barbara. These Wind Twin Angels, can we do something?
Can we do something? The main thing that we're looking for CCing is going to be that Assure. Can we actually land anything on the Assure? Not just yet. Can we throw back the Silence? Because we do already have some slows around the board.
Is it? Yeah, but maybe it's more useful on that Oliver to stop the cycling. But there's a skill 3, right, from Assure coming.
Yep, there is a skill 3 coming from the Assure, but the big issue is we have slows and speed buffs, so we're not just 30 away from your normal, like 30 speed down. No, we're also 30 speed up. So because of that, you're just cycling a lot of turns.
Yeah, you want to land that bomb right now if you're Mina. Does get it. Can you get stunned as well?
Does he connect the stun? Does get the critical error? Does get the stun? Does get the additional turn? So we're 1 turn away from the bomb once again. Definitely has to go for the reset on the Assure right now, because if the Assure takes an additional turn, which is very likely to happen, because you just took your own additional turn, it might take it out. Actually, does not go for it. Assure, ooh, did not take it. It went to the Oliver.
Wrong unit there for Ruin, obviously, but you can keep manipulating that attack bar with these Twin Angels, boosting your team up and getting more turns.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of a scary thing to do, to have a Assure take turns when it's not fully reset, because in the end, the cleanse is there, the healing is there, and it could absolutely flip the match if it moves at the right moment.
Oh, let's see. You want to land another bomb right now. Maybe you're going onto the Oliver?
I would say in this case, if you go for the Bayek and then you stun the Bayek with the skill 3 of the Okeanos, match is 100% over. In this case, it's not a bad rotation, but the moment that the Bayek takes some turns, it could still be very bad for you.
Can be, but these slows are proving huge for Mina right now in this match.
Yeah, these slows are doing so much work, and the Bayek is just simply not fast enough. Even though I'm sitting on the 33 lead, it's just simply not doing enough work.
Definitely isn't. He doesn't quite get a turn right now. Gianna is going to be able to cut through right here. I think bomb is even close.
I think the bomb is close, but also skill 3 that is there for the critical error, taking the stun, taking an additional turn once again, and that is going to landing that bomb on the Bayek. Bayek, even if it takes the additional turn right now, will be taken out, and that is going to be once again all the way to best of 5.
Wow, Mina bringing it back then against Ruin right here. Everything is going to be on the line for this final set, number 5, between Mina and Ruin. Wow. I mean, that's a confidence builder that you've just got some momentum on your side, right?
Yeah, that's definitely confidence that you can use right there. Once again, we're looking at a match, no Gianna, but he did manage to win the previous one without that as well. And we have seen a bunch of things work and not work. And it's very interesting to see that those matchups where it's very focused on single target CCing, if you're fighting an enemy that has like 3 or 4 units that you actually all want to CC, your single target CC is just simply not going to cut it.
Yeah, I mean, also, I feel like Ruin's doing a lot of like mono element picking throughout a lot of the drafts so far as well. We saw pretty heavy wind dominance coming through, water prior. I mean, pre-banning that Asher is a nice thing if you know that you don't want to face it.
Absolutely. Plus, he has the fact where he picks up the Oliver in the first pick right now, and Oliver is hard counted by that Assure. So I'm liking that pre-ban right there.
Yeah, I'm liking it as well. Are you going to be looking to take an Oliver then already on Mina's side? I don't think you want to be allowing Ruin to have it.
Yeah, I think Oliver is still an important factor. Like, I think for the win rate today, it's probably around 50-50, but it's still so dominant and just working so well. Actually stealing out the Shiho, which does mean, I would say pretty much 100% Ruin is going to take that Oliver.
Oh, wow, change up. We're going for the Fire Megumi? No, maybe we're not.
No, I do think he has to go for an Oliver. He could easily go like Oliver plus Okeanos. Actually, it leaves the Oliver for the opposing side as well. So I would say that the Twin Angels sure is a strong unit, but I think that the pairing of Twin Angels plus Shiho is a lot worse than the pairing of Oliver plus Shiho.
Maybe he's a little bit scared of some more Wind Twin Angels as well, and just knowing that there's so much attack bar that Mina can potentially do, like he did in that last set.
Yeah, let's see. Mina does seem to be hovering that Oliver right now, but what is the unit that you want to pair that with? Could go for an early Josephine, or do we go something more Bruiser heavy? That is definitely a Zeratu, a very Bruiser heavy.
Yeah, Zeratu coming through right there. We know how much damage he can get off. How is Ruin going to look to answer against this? Oh, wow, okay.
Ooh, going back to the meta of, I would say, last season, where it was very common to pair the Water Twin Angels with the Fire Twin Angels. Still units, if you have good additional damage artifact on them, that can lock in a lot of damage.
Oh, we've got some Guts Tech coming out right here. Misty appearing on the side for Mina right there.
Is he going to go all the way with a Misty plus a Mei Wang? Because I think that would be a very strong draft on the side of Mina right now. Because then you have 3 very strong bruiser units, which are hard to take out with any of the units on the side of Ruin.
Sonya just getting last pocket picketed there. I think you have to maybe respect it.
I think so, because I think you're going to be losing your Oliver in this draft. And because of losing the Oliver, the Sonya will probably guaranteed outspeed anything that's on the side of Mina.
Yeah, and on the other side, maybe you can take out another... Yeah, like you were saying, Sonya coming out of there. Maybe you're taking out... You don't want to deal with a Zeratu, or...
I think... Yeah. I was kind of expecting Oliver ban and Sonya ban, but actually we're taking out the Zeratu. So in this matchup, it's pretty much all eyes on that Misty. Can the Misty do enough damage?
Let's find out. It's our match 2, set 5 between Ruin and Mina right here. Coming in, it's going to be that monkey, but if you strip...
Ooh, did strip, did not stun, so it's not the full boost, but it is enough boost to actually take a turn.
Yeah, it's going to be moving right now, maybe in a slightly odd position.
Definitely in a bit of an odd position. Also, dealing damage to the Misty is more of the useless damage, because Misty is the only unit on the field that actually has self-healing. Sure, you could try to take it out all the way, but it's still kind of going a little bit half and half on what she's targeting on. And the Misty will actually heal up the damage that was already dealt.
Now he can start dealing in some good damage through there. And I mean, he's got the immunity up to prevent anything right now, but it's going to be coming soon.
Yep, it's going to be coming soon. And okay, he's just trying to do a lot of damage to the Twin Angels right there. I'm not sure if I agree to use like the skills fully like that, because in the end the damage multiplier from a skill 1 to a skill 2 is near. Whereas you always will have a rotation where they actually immunity and you want to be using your skills.
Exactly, he was looking for stuns there, did get on this monkey, but right now, how much damage is coming through? Ugh.
Not that much damage, but as long as the shield is there, the shield any damage, and therefore you're not healing anything. So the Misty is getting lower and lower by HP, but it's also being very fast right now.
Yeah, it's speeding up, and I mean, if this Josephine can get an additional turn, it's going to be huge.
Let's see what we can do in this Josephine. Actually tries to get more damage in. I think a stun on the Okeanos would have probably done you more, because I would say a Misty on that kind of range should have been killing anyhow.
Going in for that cool time, gets it on the Oliver, but is it going to be enough to take out these Twin Angels?
Yeah, that takes it out, and the Misty is just simply healing more and more. You have to aim that focus shot on that Misty right now. Try to follow up with a pushback. Get your Okeanos to also hit it. Let's see if we can hit that. We do not activate the armor break.
No, you get some glancing popping around right now, but Misty is on an absolute steamroller for Mina.
Yep, that's definitely one of those units that works very well. We can go for an all for or nothing. Does not get it on the Okeanos though. How much damage are we dealing on that glancing?
Oh, and you've got the provoke that can be popping out now as well. Doesn't get it, but a stun.
Doesn't get it. Doesn't get the stun neither though. We can throw the slow back. I would definitely throw the slow back to the Misty, because Misty actually does deal less damage if it is slowed. So I think he's definitely spreading his hits way too much right here.
Yeah, maybe it is spreading a little bit too thinly across the units over here. That skill 1. Oh, Misty skill 2.
Misty skill 2 will definitely take it out. Does actually take it out, and that will definitely bring him into the finals. The Guts deck is bringing Guts, well, Guts' opponent to the finals as well.
Wow, Mina turning it around. First reverse sweep that we've seen here in SWC right there, and he takes it to Ruin. As you can see, his dreams are ending.
Yep, it's one of those units, one of those units, you either have to take it out right away, or you have to wait with hitting it all together. Because if you do a little bit of both, it's just simply so much healing. And if we would actually look at the statistics of how much healing that Misty did, it's probably like 3 times the full HP of that unit.
Definitely. There we go, these two opponents going through, very happy with themselves, and it means that Mina is going to be finding himself in our final of the Open Qualifier France against GUTSTHEBERSERK. Confirmation that it is 3-2 in this match between Mina and Ruin. I mean, that takes some real bravery to manage to get a reverse sweep in any SWC competition, right?
Yeah, it's really one of those things that's very difficult to do. It's also one of those things that you really have to get locked into to actually perform and also sit through. Because the moment that your enemy is on 3 match points, it's very easy to be like, well, that was it. Let's try again next year. But actually, Mina was not on that track whatsoever. He was like, I am still locked in. I am here to win. And he actually did very well with notifying. It's like, okay, the first 2 matches I lost against that Assure. Let me steal it. Let me pre-ban it. Let me not play against it. And then I'll take those victories.
Exactly. It's all about understanding your opponent from those matches to make sure that you're ready for what's coming up in the rest of the sets to follow. You can see there some of the facial reactions on stuff that was happening. Again, Asho coming in pretty clutch at the start for RUIWEN, but obviously Mina learning that along the way. Any other units that particularly stood out for you, say?
I would definitely say the Assure, actually. I think the Assure was definitely a winning factor. Sure, the Gianna did do a lot of work. Okeanos did do a lot of work. But also in that final match, not noticing that the Misty would be that hard to kill was one of those downfalls which made it a lot more difficult. But next match is going to be playing against, well, pretty much the theory crafter of the Misty itself. So he knows how it wins, he knows how it loses. So that's one of those things, if you're very familiar with the unit, you know how it wins, you know how it loses. But also one interesting fact is, both Mina and Guts do both own a Gianna. So we once again go for a matchup where Gianna is going to be a high contested unit.
Let's find out. There it is, folks. Confirmation in front of you. We have got, in the final of our open qualifier in France, the GUTSTHEBERSERK against MINA. It is going to be another best of 5 match like we've had all the way through this competition so far. And the winner of this match is guaranteed a spot in our SWC World Finals that are going to be happening in Paris on the 1st of November. So if you haven't already blocked your calendar out, make sure you do. That's where you should be on the 1st of November, right, sir?
Absolutely, and I will definitely be there, and let's see what these gentlemen can play. But also, let's see for all of the SWC contenders who will make it out there. We did already see this morning, well, actually something way more important than what we saw this morning, what we see right now here on the screen.
There
or SWC emblems. 20
Allez Bleus. Allez Bleu SWC2025. I got that one right, but why did they write it in French for me? It's a bit harder. But you can get yourself 5 mystical scrolls and 5 SWC emblems to be using in that prediction event that's happening currently in game, where you can get some Devilmons, some all attribute scrolls, some LD scrolls. Maybe not enough yet, but hopefully if you keep watching over the weekends, you will see. Yep, and I think we're going to be going into a break, right, sir?
Yep, I think we have a break, and then we don't go anywhere because we do have that final coming up as well.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Summoners War World Arena Championship 2025, our open qualifier for France. I hope you enjoyed that little break. We have got the grand final of this competition coming up very, very soon. But actually, we have even more news that we're going to be sharing with you as well, which we're also pretty excited for, since we actually don't know either, say. So are you ready soon to see some more news about SWC now?
Always ready to see more.
Au Summoners War World Arena Championship 2019 World Final! Set it up, head to the attack, Bob!
Wow! There you go, folks. We have announced exactly where the SWC World Finals 2025 are going to be happening. It's at, and don't be worried about my pronunciation, La Seine Musicale at the Grand Seine, which is the river in Paris, November the 1st at 1 p.m. European time. Make sure you prepared yourself from whenever to go on Eventbrite and make sure you are getting tickets. Stay tuned on all the social medias, everything on Instagram, whether it's the Summoners War EU or the French or the German, wherever it takes you fancy, to see exactly where you can get your tickets. August the 8th at 7 o'clock sale period. That's when it's coming. Make sure you're prepared, put a blocker in your calendar and say, are you looking forward to going to La Seine Musicale?
Well, that venue looks amazing just from the outside. Like, I've no clue how it looks on the inside. And I've seen a fair bit of venues, but from the outside, that looks absolutely insane. But also, looking at a few of the screens that we saw, or a few of the clips that we saw from the 2019 Paris, I would say pretty much everyone I talked to says like the crowd in Paris was the wildest from all of the crowds of all of the SWC. So I'm definitely very hyped, because for me personally, the only SWC World Final I actually haven't been to was the 2019 in Paris.
There you go. I mean, you're going to get the chance this time. Different location, but same vibes, hopefully. Hopefully, we'll see some of you in chat there as well. Obviously, make sure you prepare yourself, have a look at those tickets, book your holiday from work, whatever you might need to do to make sure you're there for a great spectacle finally happening back in Paris. There we go. Into our grand final. One of these guys you'll see there as well. It's either going to be GUTSTHEBERSERK or it's going to be MINA. Say these two players have had an absolutely stellar performance of competition so far today. What's your take on these guys going into their final match?
Well, we can definitely look at the statistics. Guts only played 6 matches, won all 6, 100% win rate, whereas MINA actually played 10 matches. And yeah, they did win 6 as well to get here, but he also lost 4, so he's definitely a little bit more on the back foot than Guts is, whereas Guts is just in the full winner mentality. So let's see what he can do. Also, Guts just had the chance to watch a full best of 5 of his opponent that he's playing against right now, and Guts is very well known to prepare very well. So let's see if that actually works out for this upcoming match.
Let's find out. Both of these players over the last 2 seasons on ladder have played each other a grand total of 1 time. Taking that 1 victory was MINA. So interestingly enough to see there, say, MINA's got the upper hand on ladder, but when you're in this competition right now and you're on the back of 6 consistent wins, what's going to happen?
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting one. Also, both, once again, have Gianna. So is Gianna going to be in the pre-ban? Is Gianna going to be in the first pick? Or are we just completely going to ignore it and make your way play against it?
Here we are. There have been some gutsy performances so far in the open qualifier, but who will be the one to MINA 8 in this one? Let's find out, as it's GUTSTHEBERSERK versus MINA in our open qualifier France. This is the grand final, best of 5. Pre-banned out is Oliver and Heigang.
We saw by the smile of Guts, he knows that there's going to be Gianna first pick right now. It 100% comes in there, because 9 out of 10, if there is a pre-ban of a Heigang, then it does mean that the Gianna comes out. But then again, Guts does have a Pader, which is one of those hard counters against the Gianna as well.
Exactly. He was smiling. Maybe, like you said many a time, say, if you've got the unit yourself, you know how to play against it.
Yeah, let's see what kind of units he does go for against this altogether. It's one of those options. Yep, we're going once again back to that Misty right there.
Misty coming in with that Shiho as well, getting some good damage output coming from the 3rd and 4th pick from GUTSTHEBERSERK right now. Mina, how are you going to follow it up?
Let's see if Mina goes for a style where you want to go for Sonya, but then again, there's already a Vanessa on the field. You have to be banning out that Vanessa, but there's still a 5th pick from Guts, so there's still a lot of options which Guts could go for to actually shake up this draft. However, if you were to look to so much like of his speed lead, there's not too many options. Actually goes for a Layla, so Layla option out there. Would that maybe still be signaling the ban on that Sonya?
Maybe. I mean, it's a sniping unit and maybe can take out that Layla. We saw how highly on resistance it was in that previous match as well. Bans will be coming in Sonya, and we get the Layla coming out as well. So speed leads for both GUTSTHEBERSERK and Mina in our final of the Open Qualifier. France, GUTSTHEBERSERK versus Mina here, say.
Let's see what we can do. Okeanos can definitely perform a reset on the Pader, and that's probably what you're looking for, but not connecting that stun on the Gianna is very detrimental for Guts.
Definitely is right now. He can look to get some attack bar boost up on his side as well. Gets that Zeratu with a defense break.
Interesting style to actually go for the Zeratu, because the Pader might still cut. Do we actually push? Ooh, we push the... is this enough damage? Not enough damage, however, but also the Pader is not moving next, so it will be resetting by that Okeanos.
Yep, Okeanos, can you land it against Guts right here? Likely on high resistance though. Oh, not going for it.
Interesting style, goes for the kill right there, but now the Pader, that's actually a very interesting style, because if you resetted the Pader, I think you would have had a free kill and a free good use of the Gianna right now. Whereas right now, it is a little bit awkward to use it, because you just get the Moonlight Glaze coming up.
Yep, coming up now, and you can look to get some stuns out from this monkey. Oh, I guess one that he didn't need, really.
Yeah, the one stun that you don't need. Also, the big question is, how much speed are we getting? We're not getting enough speed. We have seen the Spader on a lot of damage. I could still see potential where it can start killing things at a later moment. Ooh. Also, double resisted from the Okeanos, but still taking an additional turn.
Yeah, in that additional turn, rebound territory right now, though.
Ooh, that's a great bounce, plus a despair stun. So that additional turn, double stun. Are we looking at 30k again? 33k taking out an Okeanos. That's so much damage from the Pader.
So much damage right here. It's up to Zeratu to try and keep something alive, but he's going to get some strip coming in.
Strip coming in, stun coming in, armor break coming in, and we have a Pader with another rotation. We don't have a skill 2 just yet. We do get a skill 2 because of that additional turn. 20k plus damage. Pader is not a... It's not a sustained unit. It's not a provide immunity unit. It's a damage dealer in the hands of Guts right here.
So much damage coming out from that skill 2 of the Pader right there. I mean, Twin Angels, just use this time maybe to figure out exactly how you're going to get around it. If you know that you've got Gianna, you know how to play against it as well.
Yeah, and I would say Pader is a really great pick, but normally Pader is just that utilizing unit for immunity and those kind of things. In the case of Guts, it's also been critting every time thus far. So I would say these stats on that thing is gotta be insane.
Yeah, like 30k on that S2 is unbelievable. And it just turned out in the perfect moment for Guts to claim that first set win. Again, still undefeated on any sets so far in this open qualifier for France. Mina last time did a reverse sweep though, say.
Yeah, everything is up for grabs just yet. The only thing that we cannot do right now is pre-ban the Oliver and the Hey Gang once again. So it could be an option where Guts goes for pre-ban on the Hey Gang and picks the Gianna first, but I'm not really sure if that's a playstyle that Guts likes to play with. I could see a potential Pader pre-ban. No, we actually have a pre-ban on the Gianna on the side of Mina.
So Gianna taken out of the field. I mean, Guts hadn't relied on it so far. Who's he going to be looking for that first pick? I think in these situations, he was going for an Oliver in previous matches.
Yeah, I definitely do think Oliver is still the most all-round pick. If you didn't see anything on the side of your enemy yet, Oliver is the most like all-round option, which can kind of cover all ground.
Here we go, Mina looking to respond them right now. We've seen Water Twin Angels come out before in these situations. Is he going to be looking to rely again on his Zeratu? I mean, Misty is still a potential option for Guts as well coming up. Are you scared of it being in his side of the draft?
Well, with definitely a unit that we see very often being picked up very early is that Shiho. So we have a Sierra and a Shiho on that side. We have seen other players also pair that up with a Jogun, which is definitely something you have to keep in mind. But we do see a early Heigang on the side of Guts and an Okeanos.
Yeah, going back to a bit of a meta slave right there with Guts on those first 3 picks coming out. Mina, is this the moment to already consider a Misty?
You could go for a Misty right now, but I would actually say that a Meo Wang seems stronger than a Misty in this position because it is also countering the pushbacks from that Oliver. Misty over there, it's definitely not a bad pick because you could potentially see that coming on the other side of the field as well, on the side of Guts. So let's see, does he go all the way? No, actually goes for an Assure.
So it did him very much wonders against RUIWEN in that last one with that sustain coming in on the skill 3. Is he looking to use that as an option against Guts the Berserk right here? Wind Twin Angels.
Wind Twin Angels. It's countering half of the draft, but the other half of the draft is actually very good against Wind Twin Angels. So I'm not sure if that is the right pick over there. But let's see what he likes to pair that up with, because in the end, you're gonna need some damage, and Fire Twin Angels are potentially a fair bit of damage, but I'm not sure if you're going to be able to kill a Assure and a Misty with this.
Let Guts cook. I mean, maybe there's something that's going to be happening right here for him against Mina. Oh, that last 5th pick is going to be very interesting.
Yeah, definitely a lot of options. And a Meo Wang, as I was saying earlier, I think that's a very strong draft on the side of Mina, because in the end, how are you going to take out a Meo Wang and a Misty? Because you got to armor break that. Oh, wait, you don't have a single armor break on the side of Guts this time.
Yep, he's being banned out. That's why we've got speed leads for both Guts the Berserk and Mina in our open qualifier final set number 2. Guts the Berserk versus Mina. Over to you, Shiho.
Shiho, what can you do? Well, in this case, anything you do will be denied by that Heigang, but you still have to go for your own protection, and does go for it on the Oliver, giving Oliver a little bit of an off turn.
Yep, getting that pushback onto the Misty as well right now. Strips coming in.
Strips coming in, does land every strip right there. Do you immediately go for the skill 2? Actually halts off on that skill 2, but we do definitely go for that Rain of Stones, connecting on almost every unit.
Yeah, and right now you can even look to just reset into that Ciara. Maybe you can get her off the field, but Misty's still going to come soon.
Misty's going to come soon. At least the slow definitely does help out a lot. Because of the slow, there's not that much damage from that Misty out there. Plus, soon you're also going to be having a speed buff on your side. But the moment that the bike takes 1 turn, it could be very bad.
Yeah, if that skill 3 gets off, we're going to get some cleanse and healing, but stuns coming in from those Twin Angels.
Ooh, it's actually a lot more work on the side of Guts than I expected with the turn denials going on, because all of the stuns are connecting, all of the slows are connecting, including the wrong elements. And from that point, you have the speed buff, the slow. You're just taking so many more turns than your enemy, and you're just simply taking out units, which I thought would have been more difficult to take out.
Exactly, it shows they're stealing those units. Again, a unit was stolen, but Guts maybe knows how to face off against it. You're going to need some additional turns here.
Yeah, is he gonna get it? He does actually not get it. So, yeah, I definitely did think that Mina was having a better draft at this, but in the end, the Heigang into the Okeanos. Also a bit of the rune quality once again from Guts. Everything on the side of Guts is just incredibly tanky, but also doing an insane amount of damage.
Yeah, doing a little bit of everything right there. Damage coming in. Wow, he is showing a real dominant performance in this open qualifier as he takes 2-0 set win against Mina right here. Still not dropped a whole set in this tournament.
Yeah, so far he's 1 match away from going 9-0 today. That is absolutely insane.
It's mental right here. I mean, and he still looks very chilled out. Let's see how he's going to look to respond in this final set. Again, 3 match points for Guts the Berserk on this one right here. But Mina did that reverse sweep in the last round, so this is when he really needs it to happen again.
Yep, that's where it needs to happen again. So let's see what we have. Gian pre-banned, cannot be pre-banned again from the side of Mina, but he does have first pick, so he might be looking at locking it out right away. But Guts has the answer with the Pader, so would you be looking at a pre-ban of a Pader? Because then Guts just goes for the Heigang. He has 2 options against the Gianna.
2 options right there, but again, it's mind games. What are you doing? Mina knew how to switch it up in that last one against RUIWEN. This time, we're getting that part of ban. I mean, that skill 2 damage was insane.
Yeah, that's a lot more damage than a Hagen can ever provide. So now the big question is MINA gonna go for a Gianna first pick right now? Because you definitely do see it on the face of MINA. He's like, should I go for the Gianna or like the Gianna first pick? Whereas Guts was already smiling. He's like, I kind of expected that to come. However, going for a Hagen this early is maybe not that beneficial for Guts, which could potentially lead in that MINA will have a Gianna plus a Hagen on the field by going for Sierra Hagen right now.
Yeah, Sierra Hagang. It's again another kind of combination that's being proven strong from MINA on this side. Taking a little bit more time, I would say, to actually lock those ones in right now. How are you going to deal with an Okeanos, with a potential Misty coming out in a third pick from Guts as well?
Yeah, that's definitely the thing. If you lock in a Hagen plus a Gianna right now, or you already have the Gianna on the field, you might be looking at very little damage. So that is definitely a dangerous thing. Actually switching things up, going for a Annabelle.
Wow. Look at this livet-looking guy coming out here. We've got Hagang on the response from Guts, knowing that the Gianna is still there. But how are you going to be dealing with that Annabelle?
Yeah, definitely a bunch of options that you could go for. But Annabelle is also not really one of those units that's been in the draft long enough that people really figured out, like, hey, this is the hard counter on an Annabelle. I could definitely see things along the lines of a Sonya taking it out, but the Vanessa was already there on the field. So definitely one of those more secure, safe picks on the side of Guts with just going comfortable units in that Hagang and a Sierra.
Yeah, locking those ones in. 4th and 5th pick from MINA right here. Going in for that Sonya and going for a Zeratu.
I could see a world right now where it really depends on how fast the Twin Angels are on the side of Guts. Can you outspeed a Sonya without a lead? Because you already have 2 leads. You could go for a very fast unit in that last slot, but going for a Layla right here pretty much signals where you're going to be banning out that Sonya.
Let's see if that is correct then for you, say. Big moment right here. We saw how crazy Layla was in some of these previous matches for Guts the Berserk. Can he go a full 9-0 in this competition? Layla out, Sonya out, speed leads for both of them. This is it. Our open qualifier for France, the final. Guts the Berserk versus MINA. Who is going to the World Finals?
Well, let's see what we can do over here. Actually, Annabelle's moving all the way first. So if you boost anything up, Annabelle will move right after. Goes for a boost up on that Hagang. It's a little bit awkward to take turns right now because now you do actually have 2 units that can potentially be bombed and stunned by that Gianna.
Yeah, let's see right now. Hagang on the field. Who are you bombing? You get it on those Twin Angels right there. Are you going to go for the stuns? You get those 2. Oh!
Also gets the additional turn. Doesn't help you that much this turn just yet, but it will help you in future turns. However, also the additional turn chance on the side of Guts went up by just a little bit. Can we land Rain of Stones? We are landing all Rain of Stones. Bombs to deny turns. Zeratu also not taking that second turn. And then you plow in all of the damage. Actually, another additional turn right there. Very well prevented by Guts.
Yeah, he's going to reset the Zeratu there as well. And I mean, it's looking very much an uphill. If Sierra gets another turn here, it could be dangerous.
Ooh, takes the additional turn. Also, once again, putting those bombs in there. Zeratu can go for a little bit of damage, but is that going to be enough? Because now you have to take out that Sierra, and I think that Sierra is more of a tanky Sierra rather than a full damage one.
Yeah, let's find out. He's doing some good damage into that Okeanos right now. Even just going to go for a cool time.
Cool time, armor breaks. Armor breaks are not helping you that much. Goes for cool time. Actually managed to land the cool time increase right there.
Yeah, he did. Hagan, can you get it? Oh, not quite enough.
Not quite enough. We also have a bomb on the Gianna right now. The Annabelle is taken out. Where are we going to be connecting bombs? Sierra is going to be bombed at this moment as well.
Get some shields up, potentially stuns across the other side from these Twin Angels.
Ooh, we're going for Shadow Shot and cooldown increases instead, which does give the cooldown to this Rain of Stones. And the Rain of Stones once again are showing so much damage where, to the point, we don't even need this Sierra anymore to win this match. Takes the bomb, as I mentioned, very tanky one over there, taking out the Gianna on a double resistance, and we have a 4 against 1. Guts is doing it all the way, 9-0.
Guts the Berserk is your open qualifier from France champion, and you will be seeing him in our SWC World Finals happening in Paris on the 1st of November at La Scène Musicale. Well done, Guts the Berserk. We are going to be going over for an interview with him. It's going to be in French, but we'll do a little bit of a translation afterwards to let you know his exact thoughts from today. But a massive congratulations to him, and I'll hand it over to Shezu to conduct that interview with Guts the Berserk. Hopefully you can hear Shazu.
Waouh.
We're coming very soon. He's just probably giving him a little high five. Congratulations. Well done to Guts the Berserk. Commiserations to all the other players. And we're going into that interview.
GG. Désolé, j'ai commencé à traduire en avance parce que j'étais un peu pressé, mais on va devoir tout recommencer. Bon. En vrai, GG mec pour ta, du coup, le stomp que tu as fait aujourd'hui. Franchement, et tu vas représenter la France du coup au Worlds. Est-ce que tu es venu aujourd'hui en disant c'est bon, c'est ma journée, je vais gagner?
Non, absolument pas. Non, un peu plus haut.
Ouais.
Je disais non, absolument pas. J'avais un bracket compliqué. FULLNATTY, je pense que les gens ils le connaissent pas, ils se rendent pas compte du niveau de run qu'il a. Hier au meet-up, il m'a dit oh c'est marrant, mon 3ème set Swift c'est à peu près la speed de ton meilleur set Swift. J'ai fait d'accord. Il me dit j'ai pas trop de Zio, je fais d'accord. Mon Tianlang, j'ai mis un petit set, c'est pas mon meilleur, il a plus 195, j'ai fait d'accord. Commence à être chaud cette histoire. Mais non, ouais, j'ai eu de la réussite contre FULLNATTY. Honnêtement, je pense qu'il aurait largement pu me battre. Les games ont été très très close, j'ai eu beaucoup de chance. Malignant, j'en parle même pas. Je veux dire, si j'avais pas eu les résistes, la Layla qui survit pixel HP, qui stun tout le monde, etc. Voilà, bon. C'est un compte compliqué à battre, quoi. Donc, et ouais, non, contre Mina, j'avais beaucoup la pression parce que Mina, je sais que c'est le joueur de la compétition, je pense, qui était le plus sharp. C'est lui qui a le plus tryhard SummonersWO ces dernières années. Qui a le joué.
And here we go, guys. I'm getting some live translations as well, so sorry if I'm speaking over our winner Guts the Berserk right here, but he was asked, did you come today as a winner? And he responded, no, not at all. The bracket was hard and FULLNATTY is really good, even if people don't know. He has insane Swift and Vios, and he was very surprised. He got quite lucky, he thought, versus him, and lucky against everyone else, according to Guts. And he knew that the other players were trying very hard against him.
Ça suffit à tanker du coup Malignant, heureusement que je l'ai fait. Mais non, après hier soir j'ai fait quand même un petit travail de recherche sur les drafts, me dire qu'est-ce que je dois ban, qu'est-ce que je dois pré-ban, etc. En fait c'est dur de faire un plan quand tu joues en RTA avec pré-ban parce que les adversaires ils vont forcément ban les mobs que tu aimes jouer. Toi tu vas forcément ban les mobs qu'ils aiment jouer. Donc c'est un peu genre je te ban.
And he was asked then after, did you prepare a lot for today or did you come relying on pure talent? He said he didn't prepare a lot, I did not change my runes too much, but yesterday I researched a bit. It's hard to plan because they ban the monsters you like and you do the same.
Yeah, it's definitely something that you could see a lot with the drafts going back and forth at the moment. There were a lot of the same units, and also therefore a lot of the bans going towards like, I have the unit, but I also pre-ban it because you could steal it.
Exactly. Asked then, you're going to the World Finals to represent the French community. Are you fired up to bring the trophy home? He said, if he's as good as he did today, he can be the best player in the world. Maybe you can if you go... No one's ever done a full sweep of a final, right, Say?
World Finals not. European Cup, as mentioned, Philippity did, but that was back in the days where we actually had just a 2-0 was already enough to make it to the next round. So he won 7 matches in a row over there, I think.
7 in a row, and you can see it in front of you guys. The final winner of our open qualifier for France was Guts the Berserk. He took it 3-0 against FULLNATTY, 3-0 against MALIGNANT, and 3-0 against MINA. What an amazing performance he's done today. Don't go anywhere though, because guess what? Coming from the skies above, we have another coupon. Make sure you are redeeming that 25 road to Paris. Paris SWC. I feel like I've butchered that one a little bit, but we're cool here. We put a 4 for an A. That's what we do. And you can get 200 energy, 1 mystical scroll, and 15 SWC emblems. Make sure you're saving all of those emblems up in our different events. You can gather them through the in-game predictions and also joining us live on the streams, where you can then redeem them for all of the different awards and rewards inside the game. Devilmons, legendary scrolls, LD scrolls, all attribute scrolls, whatever you want, you can get it from there. But you have to be around to either watch and get the coupon or maybe get it another way. Say, how did you find today? Did you enjoy it?
I absolutely enjoyed it. It was also very interesting to see that we have a slight bit of a new meta going around. We don't have the Chandra Valachul Cigar. We have a completely different style. And I think it's going to be Oliver, Shiho, and Okeanos.
Yes, it is. And we are going to be seeing you guys very soon. Coming up soon will be our SWC Europe preliminaries, where we will have another face that you might recognize also joining us on the caster desk. Make sure you've got your calendars set for that. Make sure you're on the socials, seeing when it's going to be in-game with all of the live streams that are going across YouTube and the different Twitch channels of all of the different casters from all of the regions that's currently happening. This is the start of our 3 months of SWC, and we can't wait to see who is going to be end up crowned in Paris at La Scène Musicale on the 1st of November as our SWC 2025 champion. Wow, that was a mouthful. But I hope you enjoyed today. Make sure you're redeeming that code, and I'm sure we'll see you very, very soon, right, sir?
Yep, absolutely. And I think that's all for today, guys. But definitely, there's also other regions playing. We got APAC playing for European in the morning. And I think next few weeks, we already have like all of the APAC regions just, I think every weekend. You should definitely check out the socials. There's a lot of SWC being covered.
Exactly. And thank you very much, guys. We are going to leave it there. We'll see you very, very soon.
Bye.